Everyone. Hope you had a nice lunch and you're, ready for the afternoon here at UI5con. We have a fantastic session coming up. It is about the Horizon theme adoption, design tokens, and theming variables. And we have three wonderful colleagues from SAP. We have Dominic, who is a software architect in the UI theme designer team. We have, please wait with the applause. I'll do all right, here we go. I wanted the biggest applause ever for all three of them. But all right, next up we got Jerry. He's a visual design lead. And we got Stanley. He's an expert in UI5 theming and member of the UI5 Smart Controls team. And now you can go ahead. There we go.
You know, Stanley and Dominic. So we have an agenda today. It's Horizon adoption, custom themes. So I want to talk to you a bit about design tokens. Then we'd also like to show the planned Horizon theme updates and give an overview there. And then also Dominic is going to take us through tokens and theming-based content with a demo also. And then Stanley is going to tell us all about theming in UI5 and show us the outlook and future possibilities as well. So Horizon theming and custom themes. As you know, we have SAP design guidelines, we have the Fury guidelines. Hopefully everybody's aware of this. As part of that, you can find that we have now the Horizon theme, morning Horizon, evening Horizon. We have an array of themes out of the box. And these are the standard themes that are catering for the accessibility standards, fulfilling the AA standards. And of course, Morning Horizon is supposed to be our default theme. And yeah, for each theme evolution, we offer the high contrast themes, be accessibility compliant for that. And also compatible with the previous themes as well, Quartz Light, Quartz Dark, Belize. Some adoption examples. I mean, we call this presentation adoption. We should show some examples. So we can see that S4 have done a lot of work as well on top of a lot of the foundations for what was delivered for Horizon. And you see also on the other side here from CX. And then we have success factors as well, some adoption examples. A lot of changes as well in the UIs when the products. A lot of color added in, a lot of illustrations, and all of those colors, you think, wow, that's a lot to be able to handle and implement, and maybe a customer wants the theme on top. What do you do for all of that stuff? But all of that is built up with theming variables that have been adopted across. So how do we manage to do all of this and get themes adopted across all of the product lines to make that consistent look and feel? Because these were the complaints over the years. We could do it on some products, and other products, there was a lot of hard coding, there was a lot of, we do it a little bit differently here, we do it a little bit differently there. So how can we bring it all together? So it comes back to what we've been taking those customer requirements about theming. Now there will be a session with David later on talking about UI Theme Designer, so we're not going to go straight into the details of Theme Designer, but it's important to note the theming concept of what we built up was an idea of how to ensure all of the products and technologies that the customer gets, that they can do custom theming on top. So it enables customers to apply their own branding, identity, and it has to work across all of SAP UI technologies. So we looked at this, and this is the way that it makes it possible for all of the UI technologies to be able to get those variables out and reuse them everywhere. And in the past, there was only a certain set, maybe a technology less was some, so if you had less then, and you had your technology on SAS, you were kind of like, oh, what are we going to do? Or CSS variables, it took a long time to get there. So, and then the theming concept is like colors deriving, high-level colors, and then component colors. It's the detailed theming of what customers also want. When they apply their colors, they want to get into the details of some of the things. So you have, for example, input controls, we have control groups, we have button groups, we have lists and tables, where they're sharing some theme parameters, and we have semantically named parameters, not semantic parameters, but semantically named, like button border, button background, button text, to ensure that, they can get a consistent experience. And we have as well the theming logic and the concept of, okay, when I change the brand color, the emphasize button, or wherever I apply that color from a design point of perspective, what should change? And then the detailed theming allows them to overrule what SAP has giving as a starting point to say, okay, I don't want to overrule that. I want to have a different color from a emphasize button rather than my brand color. So design tokens was a way that what we could get the designers to stop just making mock-ups and throwing them over the fence and hoping for the best, and then development thinking, oh, how are we going to implement all of this? So we started off with a SAP brand, kind of reference DNA colors, technology agnostic reference colors. They're independent of the use cases. It's like things like blue 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, but it's a full brand palette set where the brand and marketing and everyone else can work off this, and it's part of the whole brand language. It's not part of the user interface though. We take the colors from there and we create them semantic, meaningful stuff for usage and for component-specific namings. And we have, of course, we have to think about the themes, the specifics, light, dark, high contrast, accessibility. So we cannot just take a color and say that's the color. We have to look at the accessibility of that and the usage of that in the control and the interface. So what are the design tokens? They're reusable values that can be used to create styles for colors, borders, radiuses, typography styles, spacings, not just colors. And then we have to have a hierarchy of what type of design tokens we have. So we have design tokens that are internal reference tokens to things like primary colors, primary 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that with primary colors, we have, these can be the reference part. They can change, the values of them can change from theme to theme, but the stable part are the things like the main base tokens. We have brand color that where we know the main base token, as we talked about already, the customer wants to be able to change their brand color to align to their corporate identity. Then the brand color goes down another level. We have component-specific tokens. Other companies are building their design tokens as well. They don't even have component tokens yet, especially, other very prominent companies as well on the internet. Component tokens we've been building that up as an evolution over nearly, 10, 12, how many years? So this is something where we were able to create these design tokens, mapping one-to-one with exactly what we are delivering in the theming-based content. So you see the theming variables, one-to-one. Then we have theme tokens. They use the names that remain stable from theme to theme and are one-to-one with the CSS variables provided for all the SAP UI technology. So in the example here, you see we have buttons that look very different per theme. We have styles, different styles. We have different corner radiuses within just the buttons and input field sets, different colors. And there's only using the same set of CSS variables or parameters in that for those specific controls. So let me just come back here because I just skipped a lot of stuff. So the Horizon theme update utilizes the design tokens and the theming variables so that we delivered, because this is the thing, we're going to talk about a theme update. We delivered Horizon. I think it was a big rush to deliver in the start for a tech ed and get it out there, and it was a big success. But the usage then from the users and using the products, we get the feedback back through the lines of businesses, and we need to react on that feedback and iterate on the design. So we had multiple complaints because everything is bright and fresh, and that looks great. But as you can see here, it's like the initial design starts off, and then you have some things where you have launch pads, where you have tiles on the background, and things are a little bit, there's a little lower contrast between these things. or we have everything blends into each other, white boxes, or complaints like the search field is not so noticeable because it's a gray bar on the top. So what we do, we iterate on that. We have the home page, color contrast improvements. We do shadow enhancements. We bring up the adjustments. We want to maintain the essence of the theme, but to bring it to something that the user wants. Then we have updates on the components themselves, and we're using the variables and that, it makes it so much easier to update those values. So we had some complaints in the standard buttons. We delivered a gray and input fields, gray buttons in the start. Then we get the feedback that it's looking like something that is maybe not so visual affordance for interactivity. So we need to take that feedback and reiterate on the design. So we go through and we look at that. We look at the accessibility aspects of that to ensure we have compliance. So the gray on gray issues, buttons do not appear interactive. They're inactive next to emphasized, they're transparent buttons. And then we have these messaging buttons that we use for message popovers. You see within the components that we have these. So we have gray ones. And then we have information states that are blue, so this is kind of contradictory. So via the theme variables, we're able to look at that, and all the controls have that, and make visual alignments. We have more, you see on the bottom part, we have a more visually affordant button. It's not gray anymore. It doesn't look like this one is inactive, but we have a call to action, and we have a transparent button for the negative paths for tertiary and general standard buttons as well. So we're able to update that design, and also for the messaging. Then we have the input fields. They were created originally with this idea of shadows, and the UI gets more shadows. There was issues with cutoff. So what we did, we looked over this and as well, reworked via the theming variables, the colors of this, and also the customer had always the expectation that gray means read-only and not something that's editable. So we reversed this as well, based on the customer feedback, based on the LOB feedback, and brought back something that can be delivered as well. So the input fields have more interactive affordance. So I'm going to hand over, though, now to Dominic, who's going to give us an overview of the theming tokens. And
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. As Jerry already said, we have the design tokens, and they should be used actually in the different frameworks which use different technologies. For that, we have the theming base content, which is the root of all theming at SAP. It is authored in less, because in less we have color functions and are able to describe connections between parameters. But the frameworks use different technologies. For example, the UI5 web components use custom CSS properties or CSS variables. SAP UI5, Open UI5, the UI5 classics, those use less. And the fundamentals library uses custom CSS properties as well, and the mobile SDK uses a custom JSON format. So what we're doing is we're taking the less theming base content and exporting them into all those different technologies. And how this is actually used, I'm going to show you with SAP UI5 and also later with your own CSS or own HTML. Let me create a UI5 project. I have to say that everyone in the room has more experience with UI5 than me, because I just know HTML and CSS, but not frameworks. And also the UI5 Yeoman generator, or Yeoman, takes a bit. We already saw that today. But it's starting, and I will mostly use the defaults for everything. I want to create an app. It should be named UI5con 2023 in my namespace. And we use all defaults, override everything, and now get an npm install in the folder that has just been created. And soon I will be able to move to there, run npm start, and get a live reload server which shows the application in my browser. we're still waiting. It even lints the files it just created, which is nice. And now we can go into the folder and run npm start. And here we are with the newly created application. And what I want to inspect with you is the color of this title, because this is actually theme dependent. Right now we're in Quartz Lite or SAP Fiori 3, and the color is 3236 3A. Now let's switch to Horizon, because Horizon is the current theme family. So we use SAP UI get core apply theme SAP Horizon. And we get a color of 1D, 2D, 3E, which is a bit darker, and also the title is bold now, so it's easier to see. Let's see what we have in SAP Horizon Dark or Sark Dark. Evening Horizon, we have EA, EC, EE, so very light gray. But it's the same CSS rule. Now let's have a look at the definition of this rule. For that, we will search GitHub, open the UI5 repo with submi bar ctx subm title. And we get 2 hits, but only one with the color. So this one is the actual definition of this CSS. SAP UI page header text color. It's no longer hard-coded EA, EC, EE. It's just a parameter used in the title base theme. So what is SAP UI page header text color? Again, we have to search in the OpenUI5 repo, in all less files. And now we see multiple definitions for the different themes. We are looking for SAP Horizon Dark, which is here. And we see that it's SAP page header text color. So almost the same, now without the SAP UI namespace and with an underscore. This tells us that this is no longer part of UI5. This is part of the theming base content. SAP UI is part of SAP UI5. So let's search in the theming base content repository for SAP page header text color in all baseless files. And we again see lots of hits. We search for SAP Horizon Dark and see that this is a contrast statement which evaluates to SAP text color. What is SAP text color? Here we see the definition in subprimary 6. What is subprimary 6? EA, EC, EE. EA, EC, EE. So this is how the color actually is resolved. And this is also what makes it easy to apply a custom theme to that. David later gives a presentation on how to create a custom theme using the theme designer. For this presentation, I already did that. We have to do one single thing because the custom theme I created is served on Cloud Foundry. And for Cloud Foundry, the theming service has to know the exact UI5 version the theme should be built for. So let's tell him. In the Bootstrap script, we have to add one single parameter. And this would also be a call to action for you all if your applications should work with a Cloud Foundry-based custom theme. Add this parameter, data SAP UI versioned libcss is true. Now SAP UI5 will append the UI5 version to the URL of the CSS files. We are again at SAP Fiori 3. Now get our own custom theme. Here we are. And I mistyped something. Versioned libcss. Or do I have to reload? Most likely I have to log in again. We're loading, loading, loading. Runtime. This is the file we want. And I have to log in. Now we reload and apply the theme again. And there we are, finally. So here you see the title is now in the UI5con orange, because that is what I put into the custom theme. We can look here again, FF961E. So this comes from the custom theme, and it has a different color, and UI5 had to do nothing at all because it was all done by the theming service. Nice. Now I promised that I would also show that for the UI5 web components or your own HTML. So let's get rid of this UI5 component here, and instead add our own button. Call it my button, and say press me. Here we are, with no theme at all. Maybe we tell UI5 to directly use the custom theme. For that, we have to also provide as API theme roots JSON. With the right URL. And I will copy that from here. Now we have the custom theme again with a button without CSS. But first, let me move the button a bit to the center so that you can see it better. My button gets a nice margin, and we make it a bit bigger. Give it a cursor pointer so that it feels like a button, and remove the system design for the button. Here we are again with the button. No styles at all. Now I would like to add the styles of the custom theme for an emphasized button to that. And I can do it by referencing the custom CSS properties, which are in the CSS variables list file or CSS file of the custom theme. So we add a style sheet. From base lib my custom theme, CSS variables, CSS. Nothing changed because we're not using them right now, but we could. And that's what we're going to do. We add a border. So button border width. And those are directly the names from the design tokens that Jerry showed earlier. Sub button border style, and we want an emphasized button, so sub button emphasized border color. Also, we want a background and a text color. When we read it, we can also add some styles for the font. So we add a font family, sub font family, and the font size. And because it's an emphasized button, it will be bold, which is also a theming parameter. So we need a font weight. Sub button emphasized font weight. And all SAP buttons have a corner radius, so we add that as well. Door radius var sub button border corner radius. Did I miss something? Let's see. So here is an emphasized button with the custom theme without anything, just loading the CSS variables, CSS of this custom theme. In your own application, you would probably want to parse the sub-theme parameter to get the URL of this theming repository, which I just copy and pasted here from left to right. But in essence, this is what you can do with your own HTML, and those CSS variables are also used by the UI5 web components. And with that, I would like to hand over to Stanley, and he will talk about theming in UI5.
Well, thank you, Dominic. Really nice demo. Thanks a lot. And so hello again from my side. And so theming in UI5. Yeah? Theming in UI5 is very important. So when a new theme, at the moment currently we have Horizon, is developed by the designers. So actually then it's not developed by UI5 actually, but everyone wants to grab the new theme, put his hands on, and also board members want to show it in productive systems. So from the beginning of the announcement of a new theme, the development units on UI5 side are under pressure. So therefore it's really crucial to implement this whole theming infrastructure, the SAP design system. So we already saw a bit about the parameter structure. So let's take a deeper look at this again. We call it somehow a smart cascading system. So we have here, for instance, so the system is built on inheritance. We have less variables at the moment for calculations. So we use lighten and darken functions and also contrast functions. And then we generate out different formats of these parameters for the theming-based content. So for instance, the CSS variables. So and on this example here on the right side, it's the notation of the CSS variables. On top, we have a parameter called the subbase color. And the subbase color is a pretty generic parameter, heavily used across all controls. So if you want to create a custom theme and you change the subbase color, then your whole theme adapts to it and you get a first impression on what your theme could look like. Also, a similar parameter is the brand color, where you could do your corporate branding on. And then one step below in this example, we have the sublist background. So this is a background color of sort of list type controls. So we group the controls together, which should have similar styling. So here the list background is for list type controls. And then the border color, and you can notice that there is a darken 10.2 at the end. And this means the color gets slightly darkened for the border. So it's the same nature of color, but a bit darkened so that this fits together. And when you theme your background, your color themes along with it for the border. And then the next iteration here would be the table fixed border color, which is even more darkened by 35 to even be more recognizable. And so when you do your custom theming, you could take the color on top, which is the subbase color. You get a first impression on your theme. And then you could go down and theme every single parameter or do something in between, like theming all your backgrounds, and everything else would be calculated. So for text, we use contrast statements that texts are still readable. And if you're not satisfied with it, you can touch the single parameter and override your result as well. So then, like I said, calculations are done in less at the moment. This may change in future. We come to that in a minute. And but from now, the theming-based content already provides these different formats. So, and as it's very crucial then that all the controls do implement the parameters correctly. So the parameter names give you a first hint. So I always say take the parameter which is semantically the best fitting for your purpose and also the most specific one, that you have a fine granularity theming. And so we have invented a tool. It's the theme parameter toolbox, which I can show you. So the theme parameter toolbox is available on the openui5.org page, but also internally in the internal demo kit. So let's move. You can go to documentation, browse the demo kit, go to tools, and then there we are, theme parameter toolbox. So here we are. Basically, this is a snapshot of all parameters available on UI5 for usage. So the theming-based content is imported into UI5 into it's called a base.less file. Some of you may know it. And then we have also a global.less file. And the global.less file has not only the parameters from the theming-based content, but also the parameters specifically for UI5 in addition. So and this is a snapshot on the whole picture from UI5 side. And Currently, here you see, maybe you have wondered, these are the colors from Quartz Light, so the furry-free theme. And now we switch over to the morning horizon to see what colors the parameter have in the morning horizon. And now, as an example, you may want to create a button-like control. Then you have these filter buttons here, so you can say, OK, show me all controls of the control group button. Remember, we group them via control group, so we have list controls, field controls, which are input fields. Also, checkbox and the radio buttons belong to the field group, generic content group, also available. And then you could also shrink down further for the characteristic. You could say, OK, as a starting point, I only want to see the color variables used for a button. You see, there's still a lot. I mean, this is due to the button control is a sort of designer's favorite control. Yeah, you may know it. If you don't believe me, just browse our button types available. Then you know it. And so here you see the overview over the button color parameters for Horizon. And then from that on, I would say pick it by the name. You say, OK, let's take sub-UI button active border color. And this is used for your border of a button in an active state. Then we have for a regular state. And so you could use the parameters. And if they are all applied correctly, your control is completely themable like the SAP standard controls then. So also the custom themes are working, and you get the color updates from the parameters. So then you're taking part in the SAP design system. And then we put on a column for a classification. And here it gives you another hint. So here we see class 1 parameters. And so if it says class 1 parameter, this gives a hint that this is the best choice. So these parameters are then directly visible and themable through the theme designer. And they are also pretty specific. Then we have also class 2 parameters. These are sort of second choice for you. And this means these are UI5 specific parameters, but directly inheriting from these class 1 parameters visible in the theme designer. Often they are just darkened or lightened by 5 or 10%. So then your theme also, your parameter would react on the parameter value from these first choice parameters. So they are also enabled for theming, but just slightly indirectly. Then we have the third choice. These are basically these high-level parameters like brand color and base color. And so they have a huge impact when changing the color. And therefore, they are not the best choice within your control because you're not able to override the color then again. So they will always get the color from the base color. And then class 4 is what Jerry showed when designing a theme. Then these colors are the new colors for the next theme. And they are sort of reference colors or a color palette. So they are stable for each theme, but are not interconnected. So when switching your theme, this will not work. So theming for these variables is not possible as they are the essential color constant values of your theme. So and initially, this app was built as a student project. And at this point, I'd like to thank Annika Rossel for the initial development. And so in future, we also want to develop this app further and showing also the UI5 parameters also in the different formats like less parameters, that you could also use it for that one. Also, I am often using the app when I got BCP tickets and for analyzing them because, for instance, if you pick a particular parameter, so here we have the sub-UI button border hover color. And then we see here in morning horizon, it has a white color. And then you want to see, oh, what is the color in high contrast black? And then it switches over to the color value of high contrast black. In this case, the same. But if we do high contrast white, it should change. And there you go, you see the color changes. And so this is a pretty useful tool for analyzing. It's pretty useful for the designers when they give us the designs, which parameter is used in which controls, and also for developers developing custom controls or custom libraries. So, and here as a reminder, back to the cross-technology variable formats, we already saw this slide. So you see where UI5 is sitting, and then we have the other technologies. The theming-based content provides for web components CSS variables, for UI5 less and CSS variables. And by the way, we have an import script, so whenever an update is coming from the theming-based content, we could start our import script, review the results, and then we have the parameters available or the new parameter values in UI5. Then we have the fundamental styles, getting sass variables, and mobile SDK JSON, and several other formats for whatever you like. And then underneath the foundations, the design system tokens. So in future, we also want that these design tokens are so that the theming-based content is generating out of them, so that we have a direct technical connection. And with that, we come to the Outlook. And so Jerry already mentioned we have a Horizon theme update. So, and this is a bit hard for us to do because the theme is already delivered. If we have a new theme, we make an update of the theming-based content, and then that's a sort of playground for control developers, develop and test their control. And when we feel fine, we could say, okay, we productize it. But if the product is already out on customer side and even custom themes are built on top of it, we have to be careful. Because now we are doing the other way around to achieve it, so control owners do the preparation work and link their parameters correctly and do the other adaptations. And then in one go, with a new theming-based content which updates all the values, we could say, okay, with one shot, you get the new appearance on an existing theme. And also the custom themes then are still upwards compatible and can be applied with no work. And then we have some research topics, what we also ongoing projects on our side. So make design tokens externally available that customers can also take them into their Figma tools and create some styles on top of them. And also that the Figma tokens can be imported back into the theme designer and that it can be applied across all SAP technologies used on customer side. And then also we want to make the CSS variables available. So for the consumption in the UI5 standard control, so the web components are already doing that. And therefore we also have some technical constraints. So one of them is that we have to probably switch over to the HSLA color systems. At the moment, we use the RGB color system. And then also the less function, we have to see how we can replace them on the HSLA color system for the Figma tokens, these what I talked about, lighten, darken, and contrast functions. So then I can remind you on this little Remark note, so what I have talking on this slide, this is a sort of outlook, but we cannot guarantee that they really emerge into a final product. So with that, thanks for your attention, and back to Jerry.
Yeah. So to finish it up, we'd like to just go over, as part of this presentation, we have some resources, some links. In the presentation, we talked about the design tokens, and we already have released, as part of the Fury guidelines, the SAP design token guidelines. So you can check that out. As part of the Fury guidelines, you also can get the Figma UI kits, and there's a directory that you can download there. You get Figma styles with that. Those Figma styles are already built with the design tokens. So that's from our internal repository of design tokens. And we hope to make that then possible, of course, to be externally available. Then as well, what's already going to be part of one of the follow-up presentations about the UI theme designer is more about the theming guidelines itself. We have theming guidelines for the web applications. We have theming guidelines for iOS now as well, for native mobile. So we have the same connection across. Also reusing the theming token approach, and also Android as well. You would also recommend to look up the UI theme designer feature video to get a walkthrough of all these really super features. We also have as part of a walkthrough of process of theming, which was created for the OpenSAP Fiori course. And then also we have linked in the theming-based content, of course, which is at the moment one of the most important places for all of the technologies and products to get all of these resources. And then I also recommend this SAP community for a theme designer. What we showed here today in the presentation was also the adoption across some products. So just a small snapshot view. For very much more detail on that, I recommend to check out the Fiori roadmap update for 2023. And with that, I'd like to close the session and open for questions, actually. Not close the session, but open for questions. And say thank you.
All right, fantastic. Thank you, Jerry, Dominic, and Stanley for this awesome presentation. I do have this cube that I would like to throw. So who has a question? There we go. All right.
Yes, first of all, I want to say that we work because our production system is like 2 or 3 years in the past, so we use not the newest theme, so I don't know which state it has now. But we noticed that along with CSS files, some of Fiori components still use the file called library parameters.json. So it's, I don't know, I think it's when it waits for theme to be uploaded or something to be fully loaded, it's still analyzing this file. So do you have this file as a concept in the current state of the theme? So library parameters.json.
So the library parameters.json is a UI5 specific file which gets requested less and less because it's for having the parameters as JavaScript parameters as well. And if the CSS file, which also contains this information, is not yet loaded, then the library parameters.json is loaded. This should happen less and less because the library CSS is loaded itself. But in case the library CSS is not loaded fast enough, then the library parameters.json is still loaded.
So it means it's still in use, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's also used for the theme parameter toolbox.
Okay.
All right, keep it for a second. Do we have more questions from the audience? All right. All right, so then you can go back to me. By the way, Dominic, I love the NeoVim setup. Always love to see NeoVim on stage. All right, do we have more questions? Now's your last chance. All right, cool. So if you want to know more about the UI theme designer, we have a session coming up in room W1 in around 15 minutes. And next up here in the AUDIMAX is a session about UI5 rendering. We have around 15 minutes of break, so hope to see you all back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Great.
Hello, hello. Welcome back, everyone. Please take a seat. Everyone's welcome. I hope you had a fantastic UI5con so far. We definitely have a fantastic session lined up next. It is about UI5 rendering, the next big step towards a better performance. And performance really is a big topic today. Please, everyone, welcome on stage the architect of the UI5 tables team, who is obviously also working on the rendering of UI5 controls. Please welcome Jahid.
Thanks, Nico, for the introduction. So today, I would like to talk with you about UI5 rendering and how you can boost the rendering performance of your custom controls, and how we can get rid of the redundant renders in the UI5. And after we get rid of these redundant renders, we will have a look at the Chrome rendering stats and compare the previous versions of the UI5 rendering and the new version and see the numbers. And we will see that how amazing it's improving. To explain this to you, of course, I need to explain what we have done something wrong at the beginning, right? At the beginning, in the inception of the UI5, the rendering was string-based rendering. What I mean this is, we only had an inner HTML, so we were just changing, when something is changed in the control, we are changing it completely as a one big chunk. So let's think that this room as a control, right? So you just want to change the colors of something here, or maybe the lights. So there is no way that there was no instrument in the UI5 that it can just go over there and change it, but it has to really take out the room from this building and really create a new one and just change the colors and put it inside this room. And this was, of course, a very huge task result was necessary. And you can imagine the garbage is here, of course, a big problem. And it's not only that one, the focus or the scroll position, because you just take them out, they need to be in the same place when you put the new one, right? So let's have a look together what we were doing with string-based rendering. This is called API version 1. And this is meant for just string for rendering, as I mentioned. We had no instrument that we can change simply a single node here. What you see on the screen is a control tree. And let's say the control A here is just invalidated. So what I mean with invalidation is something changed, a property, an aggregation is changed, or an association. So this will start the rendering of the control A. So as I mentioned, we didn't have any instrument, so we had to render all the controls here to just get their output so that we can replace it with a new HTML. So let's say we have such a big, huge buffer, and the API was really like writing a buffer, so we were really saying every control was just say write, and then HTML tag, write control, data, write classes, write styles. So everyone was just putting their output to the just big buffer, and then later on UI5 render manager was just getting up all this buffer here, and we were just then replacing the control A. And this was, of course, as I mentioned, is a huge performance problem. And this was not allowing us to access a single node here. So we simply no instrument to access. So what we come up with later on, so maybe remember in 2019, if I'm not wrong, we come up with a new APIs. So instead of control says that just write, they were just giving us a semantics of the HTML elements. Like as you see here, that we were, for example, starts a div, adding a class, we just were understanding it. Let's say we have such an output of a control. So this is the output of our control. And we will execute the one on the left-hand side. And then let's see what we are doing in UI5. And this was API version 2. And this is what we introduced in 2019. So at the beginning, control, we are in the, so there's no place here. So we just put it on the root node of the control tree. So we put the cursor. And we have a look at whether the tag names are matching. So we are good. And later on, class A is get called. And then we have a look at the DOM tree, whether class A is inside. We are all good. And later on the top index 0, It's also there, so we are fine. But suddenly control said that, oh, there's no attribute any longer, so we have to delete now the tooltip here. And later on, and since a tag was already open, and you open a new one, so the div tag was open here, and then we open a new tag, that means now we have to go to the first child, right? So in the cursor, we are moving in the DOM tree to the first child. And here, there's no any other attributes. Also, we don't have, we are all good here, so we are fine. And later on, you open another tag, while then UL tag was already open. Then we move the cursor to the li tag, right? And then we just, as you see here, we just then use a class, and we insert the class here. And later on, we close it. It has no attribute. We are all fine. Then we later on just add the list item. It's also fine. We just skip. And later on, when we close the tag, we understand that, OK, there is no longer a node necessary, so we delete this again. And when you close the tags, we just moved in the DOM, and we just go up, up, up. And as you can see, this kind of and syntax just allow us to move in the control, not only control, but the DOM tree, right? So now we have an instrument that we can just really go and change the lights of the room. We don't have to just change the complete room with a new one. So this gives us a lot of opportunities. So just being able to walk on the DOM tree. But there's one thing still here is not optimized. As you see, while rendering, right? While rendering, we are just calling a diffing all the DOM nodes here, right? Let's have a look at our sample again. So let's assume here Control A is dirty, and also Control C is just change. And the rendering will be start from Control A. Just to be compatible with API version 1, we had to just render all controls together. But our diffing algorithm will take care of changing a single piece. So the rendering will start from A, then we will clean up everything. And later on, we will come to this rendering of B. But as nothing has changed, our diffing will say, OK, there's nothing. So we will execute the render codes, as I showed you before. We just skip over them one after the other. And then we will see that there's nothing has changed. So we are all fine. You don't have to touch anything in this room, for example, right? And we'll do the same. We'll jump to the first child, and then jump up, back, and then next sibling. And then Control C is something is changed. Yes, we will detect something is changed during the rendering of the Control C. And this will then update the DOM of the C. But we still have to really execute every line, right? So we still have to execute every rendering line, because our rendering was working this way. And this is actually how other frameworks, most of them are working. For example, React. So when rendering starts, it just starts from the parent, and it includes all the children. We said that. So if you look at the screen, with API version, we come up with a new one. It's called API version 4. And we said, again, let's say we just invalidate a Control A and X. But we know that Control B, D, E, and F, they are not invalidated. They're all supporting API version 4 here. So what we are doing now is that, as we know that Control A is invalidated, so we start the rendering from the A. So we execute to render. We cannot skip this, of course. This is invalidated. But then we come to its child. So we really walk on the DOM tree thanks to the new open start and semantic API, let's say. And when the Control B is rendering needs to be executed, we check that whether it is invalidated or not. We understand that nothing has changed in this control. And this control supports every child control inside this control is API version 4. That means we can skip the rendering of this control. So we never execute the render. So we did no diffing here. So we just skip the not this Control B. And because we skip the Control B, of course, Control D and E rendering is also skipped. And then we are walking on the DOM tree, and we come to the Control C. And we understand, OK, something has changed with Control C. And now we have to really execute the render. So what has been changed is implemented, applied in the DOM. And later on, we also understand f has not been changed, nothing has changed. We also skip the rendering of f. So this allows us getting rid of redundant renderings. One important point here, and why I'm explaining this to you is, in this case, let's say if this control is not API version 4, but it's API version 2, sorry for my writing, then the API version, skipping the rendering, does not really work, unfortunately. So because we have to be compatible here, that's one of the reasons why we check the complete DOM tree, whether all control supports API version 4. That means if it's the same scenario again, when control A is invalidated and C, we will come to the control B again. We will check whether B is invalidated. No, it's not invalidated, but it contains a control that has an API version 2 or 1, old controls, but API version 1 is a string-based rendering that I showed you at the beginning is already deprecated. So in the legacy of UI5, it will be not there. So be prepared for it. And then we will detect that it has a control as an old rendering, so we have to still execute the rendering. So that's why if you have a custom control that using an old syntax, you should help us to be able to apply our rendering in a better and performance way. I would like them just talk too much. Let's see this in action. Okay. I hope that you can see the screen now. So what we are doing in this is we just create a control, myList control, and it has an aggregations called myListItems, and the render is just standard. It just calls, as I said, open start and so on. It just renders its own items here. And then custom list items also does something similar. It's kind of a table structure, actually. So it just allows to render some text control in my custom text control. It also might have different items, and it also renders its content. And here you also see the text control is just render something. And what we do in this test, just to stress the rendering a bit. So we have a limit of 1,000. And until we reach the limit, we just then create a new list items with 4 text control inside, and then we insert them to the list. And we also change the header. And after we reach the limit, so after we insert 1,000 of items, then we only change the header. So let's have a look. So the rendering is ongoing here. It's already good. And I would like to have a look together the rendering stats of the browser. So we can see that the rendering is around 30 frames per second. So what is happening here, I think I hope that you all understand. The previous items, although I only insert a single item, although the rest of the 999 items are not changed, they have to be rendered every time. So they are just, we have to do diffing. So if I look at the DOM, right, and now we are only changing the title, so we reached 1,000. If you look at the DOM, Chrome nicely shows what has been changed. So you can see that you only see that this title is changing, and if I look at the list items, they are not changing at all, which is already good, but we are still doing a diffing. And this is what we would like to skip and gain with getting rid of redundant renderings. So let's just convert this to API version 4. So what you have to do is actually, when you switch from API version 2 to 1 to 2, you had to really change the APIs. But when you convert from API version 2 to 4, it's just about changing the API version. So now let's render this. And let's have a look at the performance again. So you can already see that the rendering performance is much, much better. And later on, what we are doing is also, again, what we change here is only the headers, but we are not visiting. So let's just close this just to see. What we are doing is just updating only the necessary parts. And we are not even visiting So you can see we even reach now almost 60 frames per second because what we just do is just updating this DOM node here, and the rest is not touched. Okay, so let's turn back. Oh, let's close this before it really eats my battery. So we saw it already in action. You might ask yourself, is it just okay that we can just convert from API version 2 to 4? Unfortunately, it is not true for every control here. So, but you might ask yourself, if a control has not been touched at all, so nothing is changed, why we had to render this, right? Like in the list cases, I just insert one list item. Why I have to render the previous list items? Sometimes there are rendering dependencies is ongoing. And this, for example, let's take the same example. So the list, let's say, has a selection property, a selection mode. And it has a selection mode was a multi-select. And all the list item was rendering a checkbox, right? And if we just change the selection mode to single selection, now all the list items had to render a radio button, right? So that means even I change only the API, only the invalidate, the list control, all the list items sometimes had to render together with its parent. So this is something that we cannot really decide automatically. So this really control dependency, rendering dependency is happening. So what we are just saying is sometimes, as I mentioned, controls just assume that they always render together with their child together. Or sometimes you have a DOM on after rendering event delegates, and they always expect to be rendered when the parent is rendered. But in such cases, you cannot easily convert your controls to API version 4. And this is unfortunate. But so what we can say as an API version 4, it is just a contract any longer. So it's all defined in the render manager API documentation. If you have no dependencies, so if your control, like I showed you, a custom controls, renders its own properties, own aggregations, associations, and if it doesn't check parent states, like sometimes we have button controls behaves differently in a toolbar or it behaves differently in a table, so this has a rendering dependency. If your control, custom controls, if it does not have any such a rendering dependency, so we can already use API version 4. And this will really get rid of redundant renderings. If nothing has changed your control, we will just skip the rendering of this node. And we will not even execute the rendering for this control. So if in your control, if you have, for example, if I see that if you have a get parent call, that means you cannot easily convert your control API version to API version 4. But we can still do something. If there is such a parent-child dependency is inside, then you can say that, what if the parent, like in the list case that I give you sample with the selection. So in list items can convert both to API version 4, but since list has a dependency on the list items, so when a list item's state is changed, it has to invalidate all of its children. And if we can do that, then still a list item can still be the part of the API version 4. So that I believe all controls, if you follow all contracts of the API version 4, can easily convert it to the API version 4. But as I said, it is not like just API changes, but it's a little bit logical. So you need to think about whether your control has any dependencies. And when you look at your code, I think you will really figure this out. Sometimes we see that controls, like in the on-after rendering, they also touch external DOM parts. That is not even belong to the control. And those controls has to be then a little bit refactored, right? In the same example, like button control, if it depends differently in different aggregations, maybe a parent can invalidate the child, or child can decide when my parent is changed, like it can override the set parent method. If my parent is changed, I have to invalidate myself, and then I can also support API version 4. And that's actually it. And before I say thank you, I want to show you the render manager documentation. So you can see the contract of API version 2 has already been defined. And API version 4 contract is also here defined nicely. There are some little further details like what can be done with event delegates, so you need to a little bit maybe careful. But you should be, of course, think about it of like consequence of skipping the rendering in case of it is really necessary. It would be, of course, too much. Like think about that UI5 applications with the finance applications. After you sort the table, and if you see that the numbers that are not updated, that had to be updated, and if you skip them unnecessarily because of your dependencies are not correctly handled, in this case, you will really see wrong numbers in your table that belongs to other, like it belongs to other cell. And of course, that will be awful for SAP applications. And therefore, we always try to be careful with this API version. So I would like to say now, thank you.
Thank you, Jahid. Fantastic presentation. Do we have questions in the audience? Oh, let's see if I can. I just hope the mic doesn't fall out of this cube. All right, here we go.
Thank you very much for the presentation. What is the minimal required version to use that API version for?
For UI5 version,
Yes.
SAP UI5 version 115.
Okay.
But I would highly suggest we are still moving, still realizing some little updates that we want really figure this out in very rare cases, but we still try to be very careful. So I would highly suggest to use nightly version.
Okay, thank you.
More questions? Please raise your hand. Yep, there we go. Oh, wow, good job.
Yeah, thanks for presentation. Question is, what happened with version 3 of renderer?
We wanted to use the repetition of OData before. Actually, that's not true, but we might come up with an API version 8, right, in 2024. And we do not want them to be maybe dependent to previous API versions. In this case, we might expect that some controls say API version, like do a bit or, and then they can say API version 12, and the other can say API version 2 and API version 8. Then they can just say API version, I support API version 10. So that was the reason why we skipped the API version 3, actually.
Okay,
there are some
thanks.
technical reasons. But of course, it was nice to use the repetition of data before.
More questions? Raise your hands. 3, 2, 1. All right.
Just one more thing, maybe. There is no API version 4 standard UI5 control at the moment. As I said, we have to be very careful. My product owner is here. So we cannot easily just skip the rendering if it is really necessary. So we need to be very careful. So that's the reason. But we will start converting API version 2 to API version 4 soon.
All right. So maybe one more question that I have, actually. How many UI5 controls like built by SAP already use this version 4?
As I said, no, there's no one at the moment. Zero.
No? Zero?
Zero at the
okay.
moment. You need to be really careful.
Well, I'm glad I asked that question.
There will be soon, many.
Okay. All right. Cool. Okay. So thank you, Jahid, for that presentation. Before you give the applause, I just quickly want to mention what we have up next here in the AUDIMAX. So next up, we have next generation UI5 custom control development. So sort of a seamless transition here with Peter Music and Wouter Lemaire. So hope to see you all back. And now please thank you. Give a huge round of applause to Jahid for that fantastic presentation. Hope to see you all back in a few minutes.
das macht. Ist jetzt nur die Frage, was mit der YouTube-Stream macht, wenn da copyright-geschützte Musik auf einmal drüber läuft.
Was war das, BT4, gell?
3.
Right. Hello, hello, and welcome back. We have a fantastic session lined up next. It's about next generation of UI5 custom control development. And I have two very famous and very popular guests and speakers here on stage in just a second. So, first of all, we have Wouter Lemaire. Please wait with the applause. I want to give them a huge round of applause when they come on stage, together. So, first up, we have Wouter, who is a very, very active member of the SAP community and an independent consultant. And of course, we have the one and only Peter Musik, Chief Architect of UI5. And please welcome those two with a huge round of applause. Here we go.
Thank you, Nico. Hi, everyone.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, welcome to the session. In this session, we will show you and explain you how to create your own custom control in UI5, starting from a web component. And I gave already a similar session in the past. I think it was in 2018, together with Andreas. Other button. Anyone who still remembers that one?
A few of them.
At least some of us. Quite disappointing, but nevertheless, doesn't mind. You can
Till now, they liked you.
You can forget about it. Today, we will show you how to do it with the latest and greatest features of UI5. As shown in the keynote, this is important to get the most out of UI5 to get the best performance. And today, I'm here with Peter. We've been already introduced. Nevertheless, I would like to take the opportunity to explain how we get here together. So at the end of last year, beginning January, I was looking at creating my own web components. And then I wanted to integrate them into UI5. And I thought I made it work from the beginning till the end. And I called Peter, I mailed Peter, said, hey Peter, look what I've done. Very happy with what I achieved. And since then we are having calls on a regular basis where Peter helps me, corrects me, where I give feedback, and we have like a bi-directional communication. And that's how we came up here and what we will show you today. During those sessions, especially in the beginning, Peter gave me the look like Yoda. Anybody who has an idea how Yoda looks to you? When you do, when you do something wrong?
A little bit grown, yeah, in height and width.
Especially the eyes, it was through the camera he was looking, water, oh my God. But I did learn a lot, and today we will do it one time over. I will be the Padawan, he will be Yoda.
Yeah, listen you have to him. He knows the things.
And we will make it even more challenging, at least for Peter. If you can ask a difficult question for him, you can get one of these.
Can I ask myself?
Feel free. Okay, but let's start with the topic. This topic is web components. And web components is a different technology. as web components will be the foundation of the UI5 controls, which will be the foundation of UI5 apps, it's important to do this in the best possible way. If your web component is not running very well, your UI5 app will not run very well. So therefore, it's important to understand how this works and how the technology works. So the first thing we will do is show you a native vanilla web component. Just the basics, not too much, but just so you get how it works. But maybe before we go into more details, I think everyone heard already about web component, but who of you has created his own web component? Okay, a few, nice, nice. Maybe Peter.
Yeah, the web components as such, they are, you call that the browser's built-in UI element framework. So instead of having a proprietary framework like we know it from UI5, it's built in, and you have standard APIs you can use. And as I said, it's built in, so it's based on web standards which are provided properly. And one of these web standards is the custom elements. With that, you extend the native vocabulary of the browser, adding custom tags to that. And the other parts are shadow root, the HTML templates, and the ES modules. All that plays together in that web components technology. And not talk too long, I think better to show it in code, right?
Yeah, exactly. So we already prepared.
I would increase the size one more.
Yeah, no problem. This better?
Yeah.
So we already prepared a vanilla web component. And just to show you, before we go into the code, how it looks, it's the famous Star Wars intro. So the intro, the logo, and then the episodes. I think we all know this. And the HTML behind this web component is only this part, space intro. So we have an HTML tag, space intro, which is not by default. It's because we created our own web component. It has one attribute, intro. The logo is now static, but this will change in the next steps. We have then two space articles, which also comes with a title and a description. And we can have multiple as well. So it's like a parent-child relationship between both. Behind those HTML tags, we have two web components. So I'm using TypeScript, so there is one TypeScript file behind. And in this file, we have two classes, one for the articles, one for the space component. So just to go back, the black thing with the stars, that is the space component. The episodes with the title and the body, that are the articles. And so we have space article component and space component. Both are extending from an HTML element. Mm-hmm. This is required for making a web component.
Exactly, that's the start. So if you extend that, then it's getting a web component. It's an HTML element which you can use.
After that, we register them as custom elements, here with those lines, and here we connect the web component to a custom HTML tag. Like here we have space intro and space article. Space intro is connected to space component, space article to space article component. And you see space intro and space article, they come back here in the HTML, space intro, space article. Inside the class of the space component, we attach, inside the constructor, we attach the web component to the shadow root. The shadow root?
Yeah, the shadow root itself, this is a special capability what comes with the HTML elements, that you have some kind of an isolated DOM inside this component, which is not affected by the DOM from the outside. And with that, you can have your rendering inside the component and can properly put then CSS there. And it's, as I said, not affected, except of a few things like CSS variables and stuff like that, which can drill into the shadow root. But that's the way how you make these reusable rendering parts available for web components.
And inside this shadow root, we provide the HTML. This can be done in different ways. We can do it in JavaScript by providing it as one string, but that's not easy to maintain or readable or whatsoever. So therefore, we are using the template tag. You will see this here in the index page. We have two templates, one for each web component. And this is here connected to the web component. We can also add event handlers, but I'm not going to in too much details. And then we also connect the attribute and we put it inside the template. So we have some placeholders in the template, and intro is one of the attributes, but it will come in the next one. and we set it inside the template. Later on, I have here some custom logic for just generating the stars at a random position, and that's our just custom functions. Now here we have observed attributes. This is a default function from web components. And here we can define the attributes that can change. So every time if the attribute intro changes, it will call the function attribute changed callback. It updates the property inside the class, and it will also update it in the template. Now for the space article component, it's very similar. Again, attaching to the root, attaching to the shadow DOM, adding the template, and setting the values into the template. Again, registering the title and the body as attributes, and as well the function attribute change callback. Now, in the index, so we have still the HTML templates. We have here the HTML, the template for the space component. And here, okay, it comes with its own CSS, but it's too big, it doesn't matter too much. And it has some HTML, so behind the space intro, we have all this HTML running. And then here we have the placeholders. It's a paragraph with a specific class. We have the logo, and then we have a placeholder for the children, and therefore we are using slots. Inside the slots, we put in the other templates by the web component framework. And here again, for the articles, we have again its own CSS, its own HTML. The header and the paragraph are used as placeholders. And with that, I'm able to reuse those two web components multiple times without re-implementing this. For example, if I now want to have this space intro twice, I can just, I'm just going to copy it, give it another ID, and now I only want to show one article. As you will see, if I refresh the page, you see it now twice, but it will behave differently. And in that way, I can reuse the templates, I can reuse the logic in the web component.
And really one thing is especially to mention here, the web components, they are atomic units of the rendering, the behavior, and all the parts together, the API as such, and you can reuse that way, and this is really the beneficial difference compared to technologies we had available beforehand.
So back to the slides, Peter. We have now the web component running.
We need to start them. Start them? The slides? Start them.
Yeah, it's running, but oh no. The Windows is letting me down.
Shift F5? Yeah, anyhow, we can also continue like that.
Yeah,
it doesn't work.
PowerPoint crashed.
Doesn't mind. So if it doesn't react at all anymore? Or? Okay. Don't touch it.
Okay. So we have a web component. How can I use this now in UI5?
Yeah, for UI5, we have UI5 web components, and I think many of you have heard of that already. So with UI5 web components, we add the enterprise flavored sugar on top of these native APIs. As you have seen, it's quite work to implement these web components, and what we want to make possible for you is to write less code and get the most out of that in a very efficient way. And therefore, the UI5 web components, they abstract a lot from how these attributes are written, so you just need to define a property for that, and that's it. And the similar thing like slot handling, all that stuff, yeah. And you have capabilities, we see that later, how rendering is being written in a way that everything is a bit more, let's say, a bit more convenient for you. And that's UI5 web components, that's this framework.
Okay, so I need to create a UI5 web component and convert my web component into UI5 web component. But it should be easier.
Yeah, it should be easier. Yeah, but first, if you start, then go to SAP GitHub.io.
All right.
And UI5 web components.
I'm switching again.
I hope it doesn't crash again.
Yeah, you never know with Windows.
It's a Belgian
So I have it as a favorite now. So
oh, yeah, cool. And by the way, here, if you increase that a little bit, so it's now also, these web components, they are storybook-based now. So we switched here from the playground, which was handwritten, to the storybook-based one. And here still it's under development, just to remember you, because you always search at the wrong place. Getting started, custom UI5 package. Then you have this one-liner. And this one-liner at the end helps you to get started in creating a UI5 web components-based project.
Yeah. And to prove that it's live, it's an empty folder where we will run this generator.
Can you increase a little bit? I think I can roughly read it.
I think.
Command, Control plus?
No. One second. I'm first going to answer the question.
Okay.
So it's asking for a package name, the space package.
Space package is good.
All right. It chooses me the language, JavaScript or TypeScript.
TypeScript.
And then it asks me a name for the first component. I will call it space component.
Okay.
And then it asks me for JavaScript doc.
Don't worry about that for the moment. Just keep it as is, and we discuss it a little bit later.
All right. So I will open it in Visual Studio. This is big enough, or?
Yep. I think for me at least. What's about you?
I will install all the dependencies. But what has this just generated?
So when looking into that project, so I think the first point which we should always look into is the package JSON, because there you can make up your mind what is available. Especially if you look into the script section, you see a few scripts which are relevant for you. The start script, for example, to start the development server and to test your newly created web components with. And there is for sure the build script. If you later on want to also distribute the content, then this is relevant. And as always, test is inside. And there is also this nice thing we show a little bit later, this create UI5 element. For a second one, it's a convenient function how the tooling behind the web components project helps you to scaffold a new component. Besides that, in the source folder, you can find the web component classes. So here, the space component TS is inside. And this is a UI5 web component class. It comes with a few imports, which provides you some helper functionality for that. And if you look a bit down here, in the class definition, line 36, a bit more, this space component is extending the UI5 element. So the UI5 element, this is the base class of UI5 web components. And this brings convenient functions to not handle each attribute like what we have seen in the native web component with this attribute callback and stuff like that, synchronizing the things. And on top of that, in line 30, we see this custom element decorator or annotation. And there we define the tag, so we don't need to write custom element define. This happens under the hood. And maybe interesting here as well is, besides the renderer itself, it's choosing the lit renderer as a technology for the renderer. There is the template, and this template points to the space component template, which is next to that, this handlebar space template. And here you write the render in a declarative way. You can listen to the click event, like with this add click syntax here, and then pointing to a function of the web component. And then you also have these properties rendering, like these placeholders, counter text, and count to render them inside. And there are two other folders, don't discuss it too much now, the themes and the I18N. So in the themes, you see that all the themes are available. We have Horizon and so on. And in the I18N folder, there are the files to globalize this component.
All right. So I will start now creating my web component, UI5 web component. So I start by providing the HTML template. So I already prepared this, so you don't have to wait and see me typing. Space HTML. So this is a template. It's exactly the same as in my vanilla web component, only I have here handlebars properties to use later on in my web component. So one for intro, one for the logo, so that I can also change this from outside the web component. And I have here a slot. If you watch carefully in the vanilla web component, it was a name slot. But as I have only one slot, I would like to have it as a default. Also later on in UI5, I would like to have a default slot. Next, I will implement the space component. There is some examples, an example property generated, but I don't need this, so I will delete this. Also down here as well. The property for the counter, I can simply delete it. Also the onClick, I will not use it. The counter text, I will remove all of that. Now I will define my own properties for the intro and for the logo. As well, this I prepared. So I have here now a property intro, and a property logo. There is some JavaScript documentation on top of it. In the beginning, when I first reached out to Peter, I deleted it all because it was just trial and error. I said, I don't want to have documentation. But it seemed to be very important for the next step, and we will show you later on.
Yeah, normally if you would just write web components, it's not necessary. So this is just adding a lot of verbosity here.
So I have the two properties. Next is also defining the slot. Space slot. So the same way as the properties, I define a slot for items, and I define it here as default. Again, with the JavaScript documentation. Slot, it gives an error because I still need to implement a dependency. Space item component, that's my space item, which I still need to create. So this will be, I will keep this in red. For the slot, I will implement the dependency. With the annotations, the auto-completion is not working, so I'm doing it manually, but for other things it does work.
This should be solvable. We need to fix that.
Voilà, so we have also this one. And now I need to implement the logic to generate the stars at a random position. So, space stars. And here, okay, the get random number, get random position, get random star, that are my own functions. And I call those in the on-after rendering, which to me looks similar to something I know in UI5.
Yeah, so the on-after rendering is also a lifecycle function of the UI5 web components, in which you can then, once the component is being rendered, do something with the rendered DOM inside the web component. And in some cases, like here, rendering the stars inside, it's useful because then you have your container and then you can put in the stars. And yeah, that's mainly the purpose, and it still is necessary also here.
So one more thing for this component, it's adding the CSS. So there is a dedicated CSS file for each component. So I have here space component CSS. I delete all the generated CSS and I will just put in space style. With that I have the full CSS file for my web component. So one web component, a UI5 web component is ready. I still need to create a space item. And you mentioned about...
You can use that script.
I will use that script.
Yep. npm run create UI5 element.
Okay, so I go to the package because I don't remember the name.
I said it.
Yeah. I wasn't
you don't believe me.
I wasn't listening. No, so create UI5 element. And this will also again ask me for a name for the second web component, and I will call this space item component. It's like a list and a list item. I have now space and a space item. I also need to add it to the bundle file, bundle ESM.
This bundle ESM, just to jump in, that's just for the testing purpose of the library or the web component, because for the test page, which we have in the test folder, we are referring to this bundle ESM, which loads then all related dependencies for that. So if you add a new component and you want to test it in that package, then you need to add it as well here to see that. If you would open the test, and in test we have specs, that's for testing, for real WebDriver testing, but this one we don't discuss right now. So let's go to the pages, and here in the index HTML, here we see we refer to this bundle ESM.js file. And as we are using the Vue.js development server under the hood for the web components, it then picks up that file from the local thing, bundles all the things inside, like these imports which are there, and then use this for testing the application finally, or the component in this case.
All right. So it also in the meanwhile created me, again, a template, a web component class, and a CSS file. So again, I'm going to implement the HTML. So I have a space item HTML. Again, two properties, a title and a description, using the handlebar syntax. I'm going to delete the full class as I prepared this class.
You can type so horrible fast.
And if you look carefully, actually, I will not go into deep because it actually only has two properties, and that's it. For the title and the description, nothing else, nothing more. Last but not least, I need to provide the CSS. space item style. And I always forget it, but not this time. We also have still an error. We still do not have the space item component dependency in the space component. So I will also add the dependency. And with that, the two components are created. We are as good
So
to go.
let's test that.
I will first start the build, because the build is required it generates some files for the next step. And it takes some time, and in the meanwhile I will put in my test script. I will also use git bash, because sometimes it fails with PowerShell or Windows. But this
It's a
one
Windows machine, what do you expect?
It's a Windows machine. At least I do not have the pop-ups.
Yeah, the security power. By the way, did anyone have a solution for me? No one reached out to me.
In the meanwhile, in the test page, in the HTML file, here is already an example. But I want to have my own example, also with a parent-child relationship. And I will put in space test HTML. So I put in here an example, space component, space item component. So it's like an aggregation like we are used in UI5. In the meanwhile, the build is done, so I can already run the test page.
Keep fingers crossed.
It's live.
No excuse.
Okay, it's starting the server. We have the test page. If I now click on index page, you see the web component running. We don't see the logo because it's a bit too small and the CSS is not optimal.
A little bit, at least. Control plus.
Control.
Yeah, awesome.
So you see it going, but the CSS is not optimal for that small of a window. But the test page is very nice because if I would implement the different themes in UI5, I could say I would like to test in Horizon, Horizon Dark. I can even switch to languages and test my IA18N files.
So maybe one remark to the themes, because maybe if you go back to the IDE, we also can see that. So as Wouter mentioned, the themes are having only one general CSS file per component, and all these different theme folders, they just provide CSS variables. So the difference between the different themes are only CSS variables. This is also one thing which is pretty important to know.
All right, so with that we have the UI5 web component.
Yes, cool.
Yeah, I'm
now
not sure what's happening with PowerPoint. But I'm not going to open it again, and maybe they already see it, but I have a UI5 web component now.
Yeah.
But I still do not have it in UI5.
Yeah, but also for that, we have a solution, yeah? We have an easy UI5 generator to create the library wrapper for this web component library, a UI5 library wrapper, so that you get control wrappers for these components. And yeah, you can try to use it now. What do you do?
No.
That's not part of the demo, right?
It's not part, but I wanted to zoom in.
Can't you use Control Plus for that? No,
No.
it's the font. Yeah, anyhow. So in EasyUI5, there is the library WebC generator. And since today, this is also publicly available. I didn't talk to the developer doing that, but it's public.
All right.
And you can use that also to play around if you build a library, a UI5 components, web components library, to create control wrappers for that and use that later on in your application.
So I'm running this new generator, library WebC, and it asks me to give a name for my library, just like it did before for a normal library. So I call it BEWL space library. And it will ask me for the framework, it will ask the version, and it asks me something new, which was not there before.
So this one is now the reference to your web components library package. So if you have locally one package, right?
Locally.
You can refer it via local file system URL relative to the place where you execute a library generator. Unless you have it next to you, you can just use the // to refer that.
Right.
You can also use really external NPM packages you release already on NPM, so real web components library from UI5 web components to create the components wrappers for that. And yeah, this is also a possibility if you specify then the npm package name at that place.
Look at the project, it's empty. Is it normal?
No, just kidding. It's normal because this library wrapper comes with, the generator is not run yet. So what we need to do first is you are right already, the package.json, there are two things after the npm install for sure, to run the pre-build step. So what the pre-build step is doing, it takes the web component libraries, the UI5 web components project sources, the package sources, it transpiles them into UI5 AMD-like modules. Means that every of these modules has a SAP UI defined syntax that the UI5 framework can load it as a normal UI5 module. And then, afterwards, I don't spoil it, okay.
We're not going to tell it, we're going to show it.
Yeah.
So in the meanwhile, everything is installed, and I will run the npm run the pre-build.
UI5 pre-build, not preload.
The pre-build, which will do the first magic.
So now this generates a third-party folder, and in the third-party folder, all the relevant resources from the web components library project is in.
Yeah, and basically, if you compare it, it's what here in my space package in the this folder. At least the JavaScript files are now copied here as third-party files, but it's not exactly the same.
Yeah, you can, that's what I mentioned, if you open that. Assets.js or space component, you see this SAP UI define header. So with that, for the UI5 framework, they are regular UI5 modules, and they can be loaded without any configuration at some place.
All right, and now the most important command, npm run generate.
Drum rolls. Wow, and now it's populated.
This just generated the UI5 controls based on the UI5 web components. So if you look at this now, this is a UI5 control, JavaScript, extends from web component.
Yeah, the web component is a base class for all web components, and it comes with some additional metadata, like the tag name at the end, which then knows that because we use a generic renderer behind the scenes, rendering the attributes or the properties as attributes then for this tag and handling the slots properly. And therefore, this web component base class is taking care. So that's for that.
And we also have the properties. Without doing anything, it's being generated. And that's, as we mentioned earlier,
thanks to the JS docs. So if you maintain the JS doc then properly, this saves your life if you generate the wrappers, because then a lot of things comes out for free.
So here, it's small, but I think we can manage. Here you see for intro property, it's a type string. The name is intro, and default value is empty. If you now look at the property here in the UI5 control, the name is intro, type is string, and the default value is empty. And that's how this is being generated based on the generator.
Correct. And this demo components namespace, this doesn't make anything. It could be anything, alias, whatever. That's only necessary that you keep that consistent across your library then, because we generate the API JSON metadata for that, like we do normally also for other things, to extract the components or controls metadata out of that and use that then later on for the generation.
All right, so now it's time to test if it works. So we have here a test page which is also being generated. And here I will put in an example in JavaScript. So we have here, we are calling the space component as UI5 control. We put in here an intro or logo, space item. I will also put in the logo. Here I have this folder prepared. I just drag it in. A title, description for each item. And then it's time to run it. So this will now run the library locally with the UI5 controls and the web components behind it. Voila. So we have now the web components running as a UI5 control.
But that isn't all, or? We want to do more. We want to go to the end.
We've seen this working, but not in UI5. So the next step is to bring this to UI5.
It's UI5, but it's not yet an application.
No. So I would like to see it in an application. I don't trust you anymore. Joking, joking. So again, in the small
You bothered
comment.
me for half a year now with all that questions.
So I'm cloning my repository, which I prepared up front. I will again open this one and run the dependencies, like we always need to do. And what I've done in this application is nothing more than like the way we do it normally. So in the manifest.json, I here defined the library, here BEWL space library. And in my view, I also defined the namespace, and I'm using this space component. And we use the newest tooling, the tool UI5 tooling 3.0, which actually has enough with the dependency as an NPM dependency to load the library.
That's also, by the way, the recommended way for custom libraries to add them as a dependency to your project, and then you can make use of them. For everything which is framework dependent, there is the UI5 YAML. That's the framework dependencies, and all custom dependencies go here. You can also use a shortcut if it started with or minus port.
Okay, but I'm just shutting down the other ones.
Okay.
It takes some time to load.
It's a development mode.
Development.
We have also something in mind. I look into the phases, so that in future also the development mode becomes faster. Then we don't ship only the sources. We also plan to include the distribution content into the shipment, so the build content, and then the whole development scenario will be also much faster.
It's working.
That's what expected, isn't it? Maybe one thing to add, so with this web components base class, so the web components, the UI5 web components and all these wrapper parts, we integrate them really natively like real UI5 controls. You benefit from the life cycle of the framework, you benefit from having full support regarding data binding, you have all the benefits like integrating in the XML views and stuff like that, so it really feels like having a native UI5 control, and this is really the power of that framework and the wrappers and all that content.
Gives us the best of everything.
Yeah.
So we started with a vanilla web component. We converted, we had to do some stuff to make it a UI5 web component. Eventually, we actually didn't do nothing besides generating some scripts. And we came up with a UI5 app that's loading a UI5 library, UI5 controls, and web components running inside of it. And if it would be the Death Star, that's how we destroyed it. If you look carefully, you see Peter in one of the planes.
The R2-D2 behind him when he's flying the X-Wing.
Okay, I think, it took us longer than half an hour, but it seems that we do this now in 30 minutes, but it's a bit more challenging than that, at least where we're coming from. We had some challenges, at least for me also, because it's first of all a different technology. And you need, as I mentioned, you need to understand how it works to get the most out of it. Also to do things in the right way. Peter corrected me even on Monday that I things did put on the wrong place and my web component would not run as good as it should be. Then tooling, it also, different technologies comes with different tooling. We have tooling for the UI5 web components, new library generator, new scripts to generate it in the end, and also a new middleware in the UI5 tooling. And on top of that, all of that has different versions. Which sometimes conflict. If one is in an older version or there's a new version of UI5 which has changed based on, for web components need to upgrade. So that was at least most often one of the issues we had. But so it's quite challenging, but it's still evolving. They are fixing bugs, they are improving. Also the versions, it's less of a problem when we have newer versions. And one small thing is there is a lot of documentation, as you noticed, and the documentation is still being updated. But like for TypeScript, I was missing some of the documentation in the beginning. And the JS doc, I was totally not aware of it. But the most important question for you, from my side for today, is it ready for production?
Good question. And I also said a few words to that on the keynote already. So they are ready for production when it comes to new controls. New controls can be written as web components, they can be embedded. There are quite some challenges, we see that, and we take these questions also seriously and discuss them. So the version conflicts, the different toolings and the stuff like that. That we make it at the end more convenient and more easy to build own web components, wrap them in UI5, make them available as controls. So there is a lot of things to still improve, and I hope next year maybe we can make it very easy in 5 minutes or so. That would be awesome to go there. But that's a few of the challenges. And also one thing which is still not yet ready 100% is that the web components in UI5, they are still experimental, but soon also with targeting the 1.120 release of UI5, we aim for, as in the next LTS version, it's not experimental anymore.
All the resources, all the space package, the space library, the app, also an example of how to do it as a mono repository will be available afterwards. The library is already available through Easy UI5, but there is one more thing in the last 30 seconds we would like to share, and that is, may the force be with you, but more precise, may the UI5 team be with you. As I'm really thankful to Peter that I could reach out to him with my example, and I think, yeah, he really helped me a lot, and I learned a lot from Yoda.
I have to forward really this to the team, because at the end it's the developers and the teams who are providing the content for that, and a few of them are sitting here in the front row, some of them maybe also somewhere else, because it's really, it makes a difference if we also take the questions like you do seriously, and yeah, feel free to reach out to us, open issues, open tickets, to really get in touch with us if you feel tackle challenges then, and we try to help you to make your life easier in consuming our technologies.
And with that, we are at the end.
Right, what a journey, awesome. Okay, you know the deal. I got this cube here. All right, so that's...
And think about the caps, huh?
Oh God.
All right, we'll see. I'll put the mic down for a sec. Say again? Yeah, we got it.
Oh my gosh.
Almost.
Hi.
Like
I saw a detail in the beginning of the presentation where you're setting the render to lit element. I have a few questions about that. First one is, are you using lit elements behind the scenes? And if so, is all the feature sets of lit elements available? Second, will there be more options to render web components apart from lit elements, like even natively, just using the browser API? And I have many questions, but I'll just ask you.
We can maybe also in the evening event and sit together. Yeah, basically, the lit renderer itself is not lit element, so we have UI5 element. But what we are using is lit HTML as a technology, because this lit HTML we consider as something which may go into the web standards. And so that's also a bit the idea of that, what we are doing, to use things which may go into web standards or are web standards already, to benefit from something which is then at the future maybe even built in. So, and with that, the rendering technology is exchangeable. So lit renderer is one option to use, and is handlebar syntax, but you could also create your own renderers by using such a string template or something like that, a very easy one. So that's really, it's on your side, you can even implement an own renderer, but I think we didn't document something like that. Yeah, but something like this would be even also possible.
And will you, by wrapping it, will you offer like web component lifecycle control inside UI5?
Sorry, this one I didn't get.
Because you are wrapping it with a renderer, it comes with the features of this render.
Yeah.
Will you, do you have any plans to add up UI5 controlling lifecycle of a web component, like being aware when it's mounted, when it's destroyed, like this kind of stuff?
So the integration, I don't know whether I get it fully, but the integration in UI5 in the control framework is that the web component is bridging or making the connection between the lifecycle of the UI5 control framework and the UI5 web components framework. So this is connecting, but it's not only built and thought just for UI5 web components. We also have in mind that in general, web components at all can be wrapped with these kind of control wrappers. Yeah, so it's more a matter of having now the metadata available that we benefit from these, from these while generating these wrappers. Okay.
All right. Yeah, we got another question. You want to throw it or?
I want to ask a question.
Oh, sorry. Sorry,
if it's possible.
Go ahead. You got more questions,
hi, thank you for the presentation. I have a short question, maybe more for funsies actually. We today got a lot of information about modern JavaScript, about TypeScript, and if I catched it correctly, the component, UI5 generated component, was written still in ESMA 5. ESMAScript 5, and not in the one that that was mentioned that would be supported soon. So if I understand it correctly, this type of scripting will not be supported after 2.0.
No, that kind of scripts will continue to work. What we have seen here, it's at the end what happens when the wrapper was generated, the UI5 control wrapper, it used the old JavaScript syntax to do that. But that's a matter of writing a different, so that you can also say, I want to generate a TypeScript wrapper for that. We have also in Yeoman a TypeScript library available, and so a generator available for TypeScript libraries, and this is something which is more a matter of implementing that. So there is no limitation.
So I think based on that, will the generator of the UI5 web component to UI5 component produce in the future ESMA, modern ESMA script?
That's possible, yeah. So it's just the implementation thing at the moment. We kept it on that, on this old way of generating the wrapper.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
All right,
where can I throw?
One question in the front. I mean, you can try and throw it all the way or go halfway. Your choice. Yeah, get rid of the backpack. There we go.
Nice one.
I have a question. This looks really interesting, but also complicated. So is there like a community platform where people can share their web components and I can just use it and don't have to do it myself?
The web components, as such, if someone builds it for you, it can be released as a simple NPM package. The control wrappers, as such, can be also released as a simple NPM package. And I think that's something we need to share more actively. So with having now the UI5 tooling at hand, so an NPM-based infrastructure, we should make more usage of the opportunity to be able to release NPM packages and consume that on the other hand side in libraries. Because this would also help us to form a kind of an ecosystem, not only for tooling extensions, then also for web components and for control libraries and for anything else, like even reuse components and stuff like that.
And the place to be is best of UI5, no?
Yeah, that's something. Yeah, we should then also maybe bring again more active into the how to say, focus of the people. Yeah, or developers, that there is a community platform like Best of UI5 available. People can contribute their packages. We should maybe ask Marian to also make a section for web components. Yeah. And then we can have then also a place where you can find and look up web components and make use of them.
All right, thank you.
Welcome.
All right, more questions.
Thanks for the presentation. One question is regarding the JS doc. So when we are creating our web components in TypeScript, why do we need the JS doc then? So
because we didn't know yet how to use a TS doc, so that's something. No, it's we need to rework that part of the JS doc. It's just that we don't have at the moment something better at hand. We reused something we knew from the UI5 controls. So we used it also for the UI5 controls to generate the API documentation for that with using the JS doc parsers. And we could easily apply that to the web components. And this is also maybe a subject to be changed. We have to see how this evolves the next couple of months.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Do we have more questions? Last chance. 3, 2, 1. All right.
No
we can handle the cube
question.
later.
It's okay.
All right. So thanks everyone for listening, and special thanks to Peter and Wouter for this fantastic journey and presentation.
Thank you again for listening, and thank you, Wouter.
Thank you, Peter.
Okay. Yeah, now the heads, that's your part. You said.
The first 3 can get them if they like.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all had a great day here at UI5con so far, and you've learned and connected and explored a lot. So as today's slowly coming to a close, we have something super special here for you. I'm here on stage with Clement, and he is a developer and SAP consultant for Saphir, a SAP partner from beautiful Slovenia. And he got approached by a customer who had a very unique requirement. They wanted to use their Fiori or their UI5 application offline. And if you've ever tried to build an offline UI5 application, it's all but easy. So to show us how we approach the challenge, let's go over to Clement.
Hi, everyone. Well, welcome to my session. As he said, I'm a developer. I specialize mostly in the creation of custom UI5 applications. And one aspect that has captivated my attention was web applications that can work without internet connections. So today I'm going to show you how to make your UI5 application work offline. In today's digital era, constant internet connectivity has become the norm. However, there are still remote places with limited or no internet connection. So the ability for web applications to work offline has become crucial. A powerful web technology called Service Worker has made this possible. It is also one of the key components of progressive web applications, which enables caching, various background services, push notifications, and so on. So the Service Worker is an event-driven script that acts as a middle layer between the application and the network. It can intercept requests, cache assets, respond to those offline requests, and provide a way to enhance the user experience. So imagine a scenario where an employee in the warehouse has to take inventory. For that, he has a web application which can enable scanning of products and synchronizing that data with the server. However, somewhere in the back of the warehouse, there is no internet connection, so the app displays an error or maybe it crashes. So if that app was developed with Service Worker with the offline functionality in mind, it could also store that data offline, and then when the connection was reestablished, it could synchronize it with the server. So the application would provide a seamless user experience. The user wouldn't notice when the internet connection is lost or when is it reestablished. The app would just work. It would also maintain the core functionality, which is scanning in this use case. Additionally, it can also significantly improve the performance of the application by serving assets from the cache. Before implementing Service Worker, it's important to consider a few requirements. Most modern browsers do support Service Worker. However, there are a few functionalities that are limited on some browsers. For example, the background services don't work on Firefox. To use the Service Worker in your web application, the Service Worker requires a secure context to operate, which means it has to be served over HTTPS. This ensures the integrity of the application and security of the Service Worker. During development, you can serve the Service Worker over localhost. It is also designed to be fully asynchronous, so as a consequence, synchronous APIs such as XHR can't be used inside the Service Worker. You also need to create a separate JavaScript file that will serve as a Service Worker. This file should contain all the necessary code to control the caching, handling of requests, and other functionality you require. To enable the Service Worker in your web application, first you have to register it. This process involves passing the path to the Service Worker file, and it is also recommended to provide the scope for the Service Worker. Scope basically means which assets it can control. So the life cycle of the service worker consists of several key phases. First is registration. When the registration is successful, it's installation. The installation phase also provides us with an event called install. This event is triggered when the application, when the service worker is being installed for the first time, or whenever we update the service worker. It's recommended to use this event to set up the initial state of service worker, which means pre-caching the needed resources for the application to work offline. Next is the activation state. This state is triggered. This state provides us with the activate event, which is triggered when the installation phase successfully finishes. You can use this event to clean up any outdated caches and update the service worker. And finally, when the activation state is completed, the service worker is up and running. It also provides us with the fetch event, which is intercepting, which can intercept the network requests made from the application and respond to them either from cache or the network. You could also provide any kind of custom logic here if you desire. Okay, so to make use of the service worker in the UI5 application, first you need to prepare your application for loading of resources asynchronously. Now, if you use the easy UI5 generator, that is already done. But for older versions, first you need to update the index HTML file with data is sep UI async true, and the manifest JSON file with the async parameter set to true in the root view object and the routing config object. Now that our application is prepared for asynchronous loading of resources, it's time to register the service worker. So the registration takes place in the index HTML file. So what this does is basically checks if the service worker exists in that browser. If it does, it provides the path to the service worker file, the scope, and then if all the requirements are fulfilled, the service worker is up and running. One of the primary functions of the service worker is to cache assets, and the first opportunity to do so is in the install event. So you can cache in the UI, if you are using the UI5 application, you can cache controllers, views, CSS files, any kinds of images, its libraries, and so on. Now this is an example of the install event. What this does is basically opens the cache with the name you provided. Now it's also important to add a version to the cache name. So each time you update the cache, you add some new resources or some old ones, you can delete the old cache and create a new one. But that we're gonna cover that later. So when you open the cache, you basically provide the list of assets. So as I said, views, controllers, libraries, and so on. And once this event is completed successfully, the service worker is prepared to load your page offline. So caching assets with the service worker also involves intercepting network requests made by the application and storing those responses in the browser's cache. So next time when the same request is made, you can serve that asset from cache instead of network. And that improves the application's performance and reduces reliance on network activity. Developers can define cache strategies based on application's requirements. For example, you can only choose to cache assets when user explicitly requests to save them for later offline use. Or you can implement one of these automatic caching strategies. Now, each of these strategies has different benefits and is suited for a specific use case. Now, if you look at the network-only strategy, this strategy basically bypasses the cache entirely. So the service worker does not store or cache any responses. Like this is basically the default use case if the application wasn't using the service worker. You could use this only when you needed some other kinds of background services, for example, synchronization. Now this is an example of this event. It just does nothing. Next is the cache-only strategy. This strategy is basically the opposite of the network-only strategy. So it only accesses resources from cache. And those are only those resources that were pre-cached in the install event. So if there's some resource missing, the application would crash. So that's why you need to provide a fallback response, which in this example looks like this. So basically what we do is check the URL in the assets to pre-cache. If it exists there, we return the asset from the cache. If it doesn't, we just provide some kind of offline content. In the network first strategy, the service worker first tries to get the response from the network. If it succeeds, it serves that response to the client and saves its response to the cache. Now, if the network request doesn't succeed, it uses the cache as a backup and tries to get the response from there. Now, this is an example of this strategy. So, as you can see, first we open the cache, then we try to fetch the resource from the internet. And if that succeeds, we put it in the cache. If it doesn't, we try to return the response from the cache. Okay, now the cache first strategy, which again is the opposite of the network first. So first we try to get the resource from the cache. If it succeeds, we return it. If it doesn't, we try to go to the internet, get the network request, store it in the cache for later use, and return it to the page. Now this is an example of this strategy. So first we try to match the response in the cache. If it exists, we return it. If it doesn't, we hit the internet, store the response to the cache, and return that network response to the client. Now the last strategy, which is stale while revalidate. In this strategy, service worker serves a cached response while simultaneously making a network request for an updated version of the resource. The cached response is immediately returned to the client, providing a fast initial load, and the updated response replaces the cached version once it's available. Now this is an example of this event. So we return the cached response immediately, and later update the cached version with the response from network. So while the service workers can cache essential assets of an UI5 application, there might be scenarios where the requested resource is not yet cached, or the user maybe deleted all the data from the browser and so on. In such cases, it's important to handle those requests as gracefully as possible. Now, one approach would be to display a custom offline page or an UI component that informs the user that a resource is not available and that he has to connect to the internet to update that resource. Now, the other way would be to just display some kind of placeholder content and then disable certain features of the applications that are needed for online use. So basically, you have to provide the offline friendly functionalities that don't rely on internet connection. So these approaches help to maintain a smooth user experience when the specific resources are not available. And now finally, that activate event that we use for updating the cache. Now, after deploying a new version, there is a service worker in which we removed some old assets and added some new ones. It's important to clean out the outdated caches. And that is something you should do in the activate event. Now, this is an example of deleting every cache that is not our current cache. So that's why versioning is important. So what this does is basically gets all the cache names, loops through them, and everything that's not our current cache gets deleted. When building offline capable UI5 applications, it's important to have a reliable mechanism for storing and retrieving data locally. One popular choice of data storage is IndexedDB, which is a client-side database supported by the modern browsers. The IndexedDB allows developers to create object stores, which are basically tables in relational databases. And from those object stores, you can retrieve data, store data, update, delete, and so on. To utilize the IndexedDB, you need to follow a few steps. First one is create and open the database, then do some data manipulations, and finally, with background services and IndexedDB, you can synchronize that data with the server. Now, I have some examples of how to use the IndexedDB. Now, this is an example of how to create and open the database. It's also in a function, so you can reuse it later, because you always have to open the database before you do any kind of data manipulation. So in this case, we opened the database and we provided the name and the version. So once the database is created for the first time or the version is increased, the request on upgrade needed event is fired. In that event, you should provide any kind of object stores you want, rows, and so on. You also have some increment features, or you can provide your own IDs. And if the database creation was successful, you can then use it. You can then use that function to retrieve the data, which is basically we open the database, return that database instance. We open a transaction with, in this case, read-only parameter. We get the needed object store. In this case, it's products. And then you can use, for example, a getAll method, which gets all the data from the object store. If you want a specific ID, you can also use the get and then just ID of the needed product. And then if the get request was successful, you can just return it like on the on-success event. If there was some kind of error, it displays on the on-error event. Now, everything here goes basically by the same way. The only difference here is the transaction type, which is read and write for storing data. Then again, we get the object store. The data in this example is in a list, so in a list of objects. So the JSON objects should be, the keys of a JSON object should be the same as the data row, the table row names. And in this example, we loop over that list and then add data one by one. And then finally, when we loop over all the data, the transaction on complete event is fired, which means the data storage, the function to store data has successfully finished. Now, this is an example of how to delete data, which again, it's basically the same. All you do here is use the delete function and provide the ID of the needed product. So in addition to data storage of caching and so on, Service Worker offers background services that can enhance the functionality of the UI5 application. So the two important background services to consider are background fetch and background sync. those services can run even when the application is not being actively used or the device is in sleep mode. So first, background fetch allows us to download large files or perform resource-intensive tasks in the background. So the service worker can handle the background fetch event, perform the necessary network requests, then manage the progress of the download and completion of that background tasks. Later, you can also inform the user with push notifications about the completion of the task. You could also store the response to the cache and then provide it for offline use. Now I have a demo of this, which is basically, it downloads the manual, which was about 300 megabytes. And then I disabled the Wi-Fi. And then finally you can open the PDF in offline. So yeah, 83,000 pages. Now next is the background sync event, which enables the UI5 application to synchronize data with the server even when the application is not being actively used, providing data consistency across devices. So, for example, a user creates or updates data offline when the internet connection is re-established, even if his phone is in the pocket and is not open, it would automatically trigger the synchronization process and the data would synchronize. So this is an example of this event. Now the first two lines of codes are, for example, you make some kind of network request, you get the response that it failed because there is no internet connection or it timed out. So that's when you basically catch that error and provide the first two lines of codes, which are basically, I want to register a sync event with event tag sync products. So then you can update your service worker file with the sync event. In this event, you check which sync tag was provided and then do whatever you require for the synchronization. Now in this case, it gets all the data from the index DB that needs to be synchronized. Then it sends that data to the server. And then finally, if that request was successful, it informs the user that the synchronization was completed successfully. Well, if not, here it just logs the error. But you could also inform the user that the desynchronization failed and then provide some kind of alternative action. Now this is a demo of background synchronization. Here in this case I used debugging tools to disable the internet. Then I added a product. Now the app informs us that the product needs to be synced. And then finally, when the connection is reestablished, we get the notification that the synchronization was finished successfully. Now, as you've seen in the previous demo, the service worker also supports push notifications. Push notifications are a powerful feature that allows us to send real-time updates and alerts to user even when he's not browsing a website or using that application. So to enable the push notification, first you need to request the permission, which is done on the client side in the app. And then later you can listen for those events in the service worker or just fire a notification from the service worker. Push notifications can include title, body, icons, and actions. Okay. this is an example of how to request permission for notifications. That's the first line. And then on the service worker, you can fire a notification just like that. This one is without actions. Actions would basically define what happens when you click on that notification. So now that we successfully implemented service worker, there is only one more requirement to fulfill to turn our application to a progressive web application. So we need to add the web application manifest. That is a JSON file that describes the application's metadata, such as name, items, icons, theme color, and so on. Now all you need to do to provide this manifest in the application is just add this line in the index HTML file with the path to the manifest, of course. Now, this is an example of this manifest. So you need to provide a name, the short name, starting URL of your application, then its display. In this example, standalone means you're going to get that native application feel. It's basically a full screen app. You could also just let it run in a browser and so on. There are multiple options. Then you have the background color, which is basically a splash screen color, and the description of the application, and icons, which are used for the splash screen, shortcut, and so on. Now this is an example of, if you provided a valid manifest, the install button appears in your URL bar. If you click on it, you can install that application, and then on the desktop, it creates that shortcut. So basically, that's it for our session. I would just like to share our use case for using the service worker. We basically digitalized the previous work process, which was the employee took a bunch of documents and went in the field. If he found that person that he has to issue those documents to, he basically issued about, I don't know, half of the documents. If he didn't find that person, he would just write some kind of notice and throw it in the mailbox. Now, with this application, we basically make the employee take a tablet and a small printer and to the field. Before he goes, he downloads all the needed documents, and then when he comes to that person that he has to issue the documents to, he just edits the ones that are needed, signs them, if needed also print them, and then when he comes back to the office, connects to the internet, those edited documents are synchronized with the backend. For this use case, we used the cache-first strategy because the primary functionality of this application is to work offline, but it also must be able to synchronize data with the server and update the resources if it is needed. So that's it for this session. Thank you very much for attending.
Whoa, 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 that was quick. All right, so let's open it up for questions. Are there any questions? Perfect, I like that there's a question, what we need the battery for the throw mic. Perfect. That's going to be embarrassing because that is really far. I think I'm going to do this in hops. Right there in the middle. I'm glad I did embarrass myself.
Just one question regarding, so if the user changes something in the offline mode, some business object, doesn't matter, and after the connection is re-established and the app tries to synchronize it with the backend, and the backend says, okay, something is wrong with your data, is there a best practice how to handle such an error which occurs in the backend then while trying to synchronize?
So if I go back to the, where is it? Okay, so this is this synchronized event. If there was some kind of an error, then, well, depends what kind of an error. If the backend would crash, then we would probably get something in the catch error that the connection was interrupted. Yeah? If there was some kind of error in the backend that has a provided error and the explanation why it came to that error, then we would come to the then line, and then we would have to check if there was an error in that and provide an explanation to the, let's say, in the notification, and develop, implement some kind of action in that notification that when the user would click on that notification, it would, for example, open that data that he edited and said, okay, that's not, this part is not right. Or
okay, so you have to implement some error archive or something
basically,
like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, more questions. I don't see any hands. Right back there.
Okay, just a detail. I saw HTTP port 8080. Is it also possible to configure this for HTTPS 443?
I mean, when you deploy this application, it must be used on HTTPS.
I see.
It can't be used on HTTP, but for development and testing purposes, you can run it locally.
Okay, that's fine with me. Thank you. Anybody else?
Okay, so what are the storage limitations and what happens if this limit is reached?
Excuse me, can you repeat the question?
What are the storage limitations? What does it depend on?
Okay, this would be about, I think it's about 70% of the hard drive. Okay. Now, I can show you in this example, it says, well, in here it says it can use, what's that? 300,000 about, yeah? But if you put this, that's 300 gigabytes. Now let's see if I even have that kind of space on my, where is it? Well, there's about, okay. Okay. it would actually waste more than I have. No, but with IndexedDB, the IndexedDB can store more data than that HTML5 local storage. I think this has a limit, at least in my example, it had a limit of about 5 million characters or something like that. Okay. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Thank you.
So you mentioned that you can store the files on your device if you have the application installed as a progressive web application. Is there an option to clear the storage if, for example, we have devices that are shared on different users, and I don't want them to share the data?
Well, that's something you would need to handle in data storage. You could basically, if there's multiple users for some application, you could have like your documents, user 2 documents, and so on. So when the user 2 would connect to sign in into that application, you would only display documents of the user 2, I guess. Mm-hmm. But if you wanted to be extra safe and actually delete all the data so he can't even access it in the developer tools, then there is basically no other way than you delete it, which means you lose it.
But deleting them means you have to remove the progressive web application or handle it in application, so the user, for example, has to press a delete button or something like that.
Well, you could provide a button on your application to basically do exactly what developer tools clear site data does.
Okay, thanks.
Probably also multiple users on the same device.
So I had a question. If you deploy a new version of the app and you have cached controllers, cached views, what's the best way to, for example, you have the cache buster, so what's the best way to clear the old controller, old view, and to cache the new? Is it by the strategy, like network first, or?
This is basically what I showed you on the slides. I don't think there is another way you could. This is that activate event, yeah? This is the part that, that clears your data. So when you upgrade, and these are basically assets that are pre-cached. Now, so when you upgrade something here, so I think I have some logo here. Yeah, okay. So for example, if I change this to logo 1, right now nothing will happen because I didn't change the cache name.
Okay.
So if I change the cache name, it would, I mean, it's probably best if I just stop it in a debugger and show you. So now that I provided the cache name and, okay, save this. Now, I probably should have stopped here. But okay. Now my cache name is basically v3. This is the cache name with the new controllers, views, and so on. Right now it's on, in this loop is right now on the cache version 2, which means if it's not the same, it's gonna delete everything. And now you could also provide, for example, a list of caches you don't want to delete. It's up to you really. But that's, I would say that's probably the only way that you can delete this. Now you could also do it in the install event, for example. But what if the install event crashes? Then you lost all the, basically the cache from before, and your application is not ready for offline use.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, next question. Wow, up there. Oh no, wait, it was a, no, yeah, up there.
You guys good?
Okay, there's one more question which came into my mind. I mean, these applications are read-only, or are you able, for instance, to record data even if you are offline?
Yeah, you can record the data.
Yeah, and then the next question is, for instance, I record an order, then usually the order has a unique number which is synchronized with the backend. How you handle this? Is there a generic approach, or do you have to handle this in your application?
So does the backend provide the unique number, or do you?
Usually the backend does, because you might have a number of applications interacting with the same backend, and there are things like number ranges, or where you have to guarantee uniqueness. How you are doing this in an offline use case?
So in the offline, that data that you created is not yet in the server, so it doesn't have a number.
I mean, let's think about an order, something like that, and you need to get an order number.
For example,
and this order number is not coming from the backend, but somewhere from local. environment and somebody's in parallel interacting with the backend and using the same number.
Okay, just for the client side, you can assign some random number from this index DB, but when the data would be synchronized,
okay,
you would just leave that number out and the backend would provide the valid number, right?
That means I have to handle that inside my application. So my application, in fact, has to be aware of this offline use case in this situation, right?
I mean, isn't it, when you upload the data online, you send the data and you get the ID in the backend?
Yeah, this is the usual case.
So how would that be any different?
Pardon me?
It wouldn't really be any different, because when you would finally send the data, when you reestablish the connection.
If I'm the only user, yes. If a number of people is using the same backend application, there could be a conflict. Somebody else is working online and getting this number, which I'm getting assigned locally, and then I have a conflict. I can't use the same number twice.
That's just it. You wouldn't get that number locally, because you can't really assign the number. There are a bunch of numbers in the backend. What if it's a duplicate? So you don't do any of that. You just send the data to the backend and let the backend assign the correct number.
Okay, that means I don't see a number generated locally, but I see it only if I re-establish the connection to the backend.
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
good. Thank you. Somebody else?
All right,
Not
next
so far.
question.
Keiner.
Are you sure there's a beautiful throw mic that would be coming your way?
No, somebody not far away.
All right. In that case, thank you for the presentation. I think we all learned a lot, and enjoy the rest of the show. See you back here in a couple of minutes for the closing keynote.
And I can keep this with me? Okay.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you all had a phenomenal day here at UI5con. I hope you found the time to learn, explore, and connect. And for this evening keynote, we have something truly unique. We try to stick with the idea of UI5con and expand our scope and bring Fiori elements and tools, UI5, and CAP together. And not just here on stage, but we really try to get them to build a truly integrated experience. To show you what they got, please join me in welcoming Tobias Queck, the Chief Architect for the UX Engineering products, Peter Müsig, the Chief Architect for UI5, and what's your name again? Daniel Hutzel, the Chief Architect and Chief Product Owner for CAP.
Godfather.
Yeah. So, gentlemen, I ask you one little request. Please don't dally. There's beer waiting.
We try to be quick. Oh, quick?
Wow, that will be a keynote.
Too
so
bad.
I'll be over in the corner there.
Crying. No, honestly. So that's really unique to have us all on stage, and we had the idea some month back that we could really do that together, because what we did here today, or before UI5con, is that we sat together, we teamed up in order to make your lives as developers easier. And yeah, when you remember back, maybe some of you, in the last UI5con, I was there on stage together with Wouter Lemaire, Volker Butzek, Andreas Kunz, and we showed how you can develop a CAP project together with UI5, Fiori elements, Fiori tools. And we saw at that point of time it was quite cumbersome. And that's why we had also the idea at that point of time to make that session. But for today, we would really like to show you how this looks now and how easy it is to do that together. And I think with that, I would hand over to you, Daniel, and hope that it works.
Thanks, Peter. Okay, so...
You go. In the corner?
Yeah. What did we want to talk about?
Far out of you.
The topic basically is about TypeScript, right?
Ah, yo. Shit, I missed that point. So, yeah, well, you heard this morning, thank you, Daniel, that UI5 is now really supporting TypeScript, and we announced that you can use it productively. And I wanted to ask, Daniel, is it also possible for CAP project to use TypeScript?
Of course.
Okay, that you didn't get the other thing. That was the right handover.
Yeah, so actually in the morning I saw this TypeScript by Andreas Kunz also. Yeah, impressive, but we also have some history in TypeScript. Yeah, starting 2020, we added these API declaration files to give you code completion on service implementation code like that. For example, here, this on read books, you would get the code completion for the read things, and then rec is a known type, and you get rec data. And yes, as we see here, not only if you do TypeScript coding itself, but also in JavaScript coding, you get this code completion, of course, with VS Code IntelliSense. And that is also the main intent that we had. We wanted IntelliSense. We didn't necessarily want everybody to code in TypeScript, so I hate TypeScript.
You can fall in love with it. Yeah, after doing it quite a while.
I can. Yeah, next year, so 2021, we had the ability to have whole service implementation, so all your custom coding can be done in JavaScript or in TypeScript. We use just TS Node in the behind the scenes, which means everything which is loaded gets automatically transpiled into JavaScript, which allows you looks still like JavaScript, just this rec colon request is a new thing here, and of course the import syntax instead of require. Okay, so given that, then actually 1 year later, ECMAScript modules became available in Node.js, which is like TypeScript, but only the import part of it. So you can write something like import CDS from CDS, sub-CDS instead of require, and you can write export default instead of module exports. Yeah, and this year there's something new. I don't show it now as a demo because I saw Peter sweating 5 minutes ago on his demo. Yeah, CDS Typer, what it does, if you have CDS models, and then you have code referring to payloads according to these CDS models, like list of books here, what you get is code completion according to the CDS declared types. So it translates CDS models into TypeScript declarations, and then we can have code completion even in here. Select from authors. A is a type of author then, and a.id, you would get code completion, also checks if you want, for typos, a title, and a books, B is a book, and then B title, you get code completion. Yeah, so that was it, but still, I think, as we remember from the COVID app days, your COVID app days, you recognized at that time that there is no TypeScript support for UI5 front-end coding by CapWatch, because we just serve static resources like the HTML pages and the compiled JavaScript files. And there is this support, as you all know, in UI5 server, but when you use UI5 server, you don't have the CAP services running in the backend. So this was a gap at that time, and we didn't close this gap, not we, at least from CAP. Instead, we just provided a CDS plugins technique with CDS7 that is used by several teams, and it's meant to give to people like Peter to help themselves. Yeah, and this last note is just about world domination, of course. So, Tobias, yeah, I'm curious what you made of it.
Thank you, Daniel. So I think you all liked the initial part of our presentation so far, how well we planned, how well the handover between the different teams at SAP work. And some of you might smile and say, yeah, I know that from SAP. One team, that's one thing, the other. Yes, sometimes that's right. Sometimes we need a moment until we get together. But as bumpy as it was in the beginning here on stage, the same you can say about our development story around CAP and UI5. It was bumpy at the beginning. We needed to find together, sometimes even 5 minutes before that keynote, to finish the demo we want to show on stage on my computer while I wanted to practice my demo, but that's a different story. The point is, Daniel did something really good. Daniel's team did something really good. They introduced this concept of CDS plugins. And the CDS plugins are great for us, because what allows it us, we can inject something at the beginning when you run CDS Serve, CDS Watch, that runs for us at development time, so we can close gaps that may have existed in the past. And if you say, no, it's great that you tell me all that, I don't care, don't want to care, I just want to develop. And that's exactly the right attitude. You should have that attitude. And that's also why I love the Fiori tools. Because with the Fiori tools, we really try to close the gaps for you and make things easier. We need.
Before you show the Fiori tools like that, please increase the size.
People have good eyes here. I wouldn't be worried about that, but okay, my friend.
We are not that young like you.
An age discussion, okay. So, what I wanted to say is actually, you have these annoying people, you have sometimes these technology problems where you say, okay, there's this thing, there's that thing, how do I get it together? Why do I need to do it? For that, no, sorry, I need to make it smaller. For that, you have the Fiori tools, because we try to really take what all the great teams at SAP build, bring it together, and make it really simple and easy for you to use. And that's what we also did here in that one. So you use a classic Fiori application generator. I don't need to tell you what I'm doing here, so I just picked a CAP project. I'm picking a service now, so really nothing special here. Clicking on next, I can pick my entity. I get some other nice things. I can give it a project name, demo, and I can, what? I can call it demo 2. And we are at UI5con.
He said he couldn't have played around before because I was blocking his machine, but why is this demo project here?
Yeah, I think it was you. So we don't want to think about MTA today, and we want to have a few advanced options today. It's an evening keynote, yes, so we need evening horizon theme, of course. That's why we build it. And now comes something interesting. There's a new box in your Fiori tools, and long text, some read it, I never read it, just click on yes. What it actually says, if you would read the text, is, hey, there's a CDS plugin that's really cool. You find it in the UI5 community repository. But here with the Fiori tools, we just add it for you to the projects if you like, and if you do that, you can actually enable TypeScript in your projects. So then you click on finish, and good old Fiori generator does what it needs to do. It creates a project for you, and what we can, it still generates a project for you. Once it has generated the project, you have your classic, oh, there's a demo app, I can see that now. And then there's a demo 2 app, of course.
And this is still created?
What?
The demo 2 is still created, or it's ready?
No, the demo 2 is created, it's ready. And there's, oh, by the way, Daniel, look, I'm doing some advertisement for you here. There's a new CAP version that just installed while I give a keynote demo. I get nervous now. But now focusing again, which is, I think, not the topic of that keynote, you can see that the Fiori tools enhanced the package JSON in the root project. It enhanced the version of the CDS that is required to use the plugin mechanism. And then you see that magic plugin here, which I tell you it's magic because it connects UI5 and CAP CDS together. How it works in details, somebody else might tell you later here on stage. And it also enables workspaces so that we can have nice, neat NPM workspaces here. And the app that's generated, nothing special about that app. We can check it out. There's, of course, TypeScript, surprise, surprise, in the component.js. And what you know from the Fiori tools, you get your info page that helps you to get started if you're lost and don't know what to do. So we can now watch demo 2, which I find interesting because demo 1 is not listed here. Something is really, really weird right now. So we're starting that project, and soon, if everything is going as planned, we should be opening the browser with the evening horizon theme, and our app is running. So no surprises here. We have a list report.
It's a surprise because I did some sabotage and it didn't work either.
You know what I will do when I'm done here? I will just remove all your projects, and now I'll see how you react. So we are now on my wonderful object page here, and okay, a component.js with TypeScript is not really the most interesting thing in the world, so maybe we do something a little more. I'm not sure if you have seen the presentation this morning that Marius and I give here on stage. He also showed it pretty similarly. So you go into our tools, you add your controller, which I call just extension because I'm lazy. Then that controller extension is being added here to my project. I can go in there. I can then say, so maybe I want to intercept something with the edit flows. There is an extension API for the edit flow in Fiori Elements. And oh, I hate German keyboards, by the way. Now I need to find again. It's option 8 to get the curly brackets. And here I can then say on. Oh, of course, we are TypeScript people. Remind me. So that's that one we need to define here right now. That this is actually the edit flow overrides, and then we can say on before create. Or actually on before save is what I meant when saying create. And I don't like the long name, so call that params. And the parameters that you get from that function have a context. In that context, I need to see what I'm actually on the screen right now. So let's get that context. And that is params.context. So pretty straightforward so far. I need an if block here because only if I have a context, I want to do something. And what I want to do, as I said, I think I'm a lazy person, and if I have to do something for people, I at least want to get something for it. So what I want to do is I take the context and say, give me, or actually set the property for booking fee. And whenever somebody saves, you get the property of booking fee first. So context.get booking fee, and I add a euro or dollar or whatever the currency is to it. So pretty simple, very productive and important line of code. Look at the booking fee, add $1 to it, and then be happy with it. So that's how I get some money on the side while you work with your SAP app. So let's try that. We added this one. Maybe we put a little, no, actually we change the dates are crap. Let's move the vacation for this person to next year. And click on save, and then you see we had $20 before, we added the 1 to it, and now we have $201 that I can get. And with this classic solution of how you solve math problems, Peter, I think you need to quickly come over before people realize that there might be something wrong. So Peter, that magic CDS plugin that I installed.
Yes, well, what?
Tell me more about it, please.
Oh, okay.
Come over
Thanks
here.
that you asked me.
All yours
because
now.
I thought it's now advertisement for Fiori Elements happening
No,
here.
no, that's done. It's all yours
yeah.
now. People got that already. They will leave in a second, but you can try.
So now let me try to work on that machine here, because it's weird. Tobias machine. So let's close that stuff. I need to stop also the cap server running here. So basically, this CDS plugin, what we have, this is something which is available on NPM. So we have this CDS plugin UI5. This is an NPM package, an NPM package you can install as a dev dependency to a cap server project. And when you add this to a cap server project, it does one thing. It understands that in the app folder there are UI5 or Fiori Elements projects inside, and then since they are using the UI5 tooling, they are connecting the UI5 tooling with a cap server seamless. So let's see how this looks like. What I did to showcase that to you, and I can increase the size a bit to give you a little bit more insights in what's happening here. So, and I need to click the right one. So in this S-Flight project, this cap S-Flight Peter, this is the one thing I downloaded from the official S-Flight project. So this is really that, this one which is available here by the cap team. And when you download that, you see also that in the app folder, there are 2 static projects inside from UI5. So let's run that. Let's go here, npm install. I hope that, I think if you didn't delete node modules, then it should be there.
We will see.
Oh, slow machine.
And he's complaining again.
Okay, now npm start. This now starts the CDS serve of the cap project, and it comes up then with this 2 project. And it showcases what happens now. Here, we see 2 web applications being listed here. So there is this travel analytics and this travel processor, and if I open that, then it works, but basically the whole thing works just because of there is a static content inside. And in case of the UI5 tooling would be necessary to transpile TypeScript, this wouldn't work anymore. So maybe I copy quickly this TypeScript project from another place. So the travel analytics migrated to TypeScript. I copied that in the app folder, and now I restart. So after the restart, I should see 3 links here. Okay, here the TypeScript project is now being in. And now, when I try to run the TypeScript project, I will see that it fails. So an error appears here because it doesn't find the component.js file here behind the scenes. And in order to solve that, the easy trick for that is now to install the CDS plugin UI5. So npm install CDS plugin UI5 -d as a dev dependency, that's sufficient. And this is this plugin, what Daniel mentioned. We make use of this plugin functionality of the cap server to provide additional functionality. Okay,
word domination.
Loading animation, yeah. And one thing which is now also important next to this plugin, you need to also use npm workspaces or any other workspace-related npm packager in order to make it possible that the dependencies of these projects are installed properly. So I go to the package.json. I'm on the right one, yeah. And here at the end, we add the workspaces. Array. And here in the workspaces, we just say everything in the app folder. Now I run npm install again, loading animation. Once this is done, also the dependencies of the UI5 projects are installed in the node modules folder. And there are some warnings going on, so that should be happening in a second. And now I can run npm start and the magic happens. So while booting, the CDS plugin UI5 looks for the different UI5 projects. And you see now, you get a list, a bigger list of web applications, because the UI5 tooling now scans them. And all the projects, or all the links which have this UI5 flag on the side, they are handled now by the UI5 tooling, which is running behind the scenes, natively embedded in a CAP server. So they are running on one express entity. And now I can run TypeScript. And it looks already good. It loads a bit. Ta-da! Here it is. So I can easily also now use the development mode to make modifications. Alert. Hey, UI5 community. Or CAP community as well. Yeah. And immediately after saving, it's there because there's live reload running behind the UI5 tooling. And that's exactly what this plugin does. It connects now the two tools properly, seamless, together with each other. And you have to do no configuration at all, just the workspaces itself. There is one more thing, because this is now the CAP first perspective. The other option now is, what if I'm a UI5 or Fiori Elements developer? Then I typically have the CAP server just aside, right? And when I have the CAP server aside, I don't want to have any configuration ideally for that. I just want to use it in my project and start my UI5 or Fiori Elements project. So that's a second workspace here now, next to that, which has a different structure. Here I use npm workspaces. You see that here. In the root, there is a package.json, and then there's a packages folder, and inside the packages folder, the CAP SFlight server is inside. So, and here I have the same structure again. So there's the analytics, the TypeScript, and the processor app. And now, if I go there, let's install it first until we continue. And now inside there, what I want to show you is now this different thing. So I want to break out from this CAP project structure and make UI5 first development. So I take this TypeScript project, move it into packages. So there are all the projects side by side next to each other. Like individual things. You can also imagine this is just a package which is somewhere else. And what I need to do in this case is now, if I want to use here the CAP server in this project, I need to install a dependency for that. So I go now in my packages, travel analytics, and the UI5 tooling has a custom tooling extension called UI5 middleware, middleware CAP. And I install this as well as a dev dependency here into my project. So in this UI5 middleware CAP, let's quickly take a look. It's also an npm plugin provided by the UI5 community. And this is doing the different side. So this is now the tooling extension you plug into your UI5 or Fiori Elements project to get the CAP server seamless embedded in the UI5 tooling. So let's do that. I just need to have this configuration for my project. Server custom middleware, and then I add it here in the UI5 YAML. Custom middleware, do it here. Oh, YAML, always the indentation. So and now, in order to use the CAP server, I install now, or add a dependency to that CAP server. So I just take a look into the dependency name, package.json, I think it's called add cap hire s flight. Take this one, package JSON, and now I add that as a dev dependency here, and it's getting resolved from the workspace here. So let's install that. We do that on the root because it's a workspace now to update the whole workspace configuration. And now, keep fingers crossed, packages, UI5, npm start. So this starts now the UI5 server. And you see already there's some logic, from cap running. So if I start now the server here, 8080, then I can already use this cap server. So what was the service name? I missed that. Let me check. S-Flight has what entry point, Daniel?
Processor, maybe with an OData before prefix.
Let's do it different. I start the app immediately.
I'm sure it's my computer, it's not you, Peter.
It worked 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, honestly. This one I'm not
It could be our OData v4 change.
Yeah, you have had a change.
Oh
right?
yeah, we had this installation in the beginning. I told you about.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but even if that would not have happened now, what happens now here behind the scenes is that the cap server is now really started embedded inside the UI5 tooling, and with that you only also run just one express instance. You don't connect anymore with proxies. The cap tooling and the UI5 tooling, they are just connected directly via the Express middleware, since the whole tool chain, cap and UI5 and Fiori tools, they are based on all this environment stuff, yeah? And with that, we can easily connect these pieces here. Yeah, and what I want to show you also with that part is that you have really the possibility to decide, also having a project like cap best practice does, that everything is in the app folder, or you can even go forward for mono repositories, pulling things out, connecting it differently. And I think we should quite soon also provide some blog posts explaining the whole stuff, how this can work together. But at the end, what we see here now with that whole story is that if we team up cap, Fiori Elements, UI5, and the mentors here, we had also some help from this side, yeah, we really can make something great for you as developers, bringing the whole thing in a proper way together, which makes your life at the end easier. "10 minutes before it worked." No, 30. Okay. So,
that's it.
I think we are in time. The beer should be okay. I saw that already. You want to say something?
It's all yours.
So, almost at the end, no? But
there is one thing which I would like to spoil from the side.
Why?
Do we all know that this... I just spoiled it. That this guy today has birthday, and he is still here.
Yeah.
And Mr. Sein.
So, what do you think about small song for Frederick, no? So maybe you can sing with me, because I'm really bad in singing, so happy birthday.
Ich musste das bringen.
Ja, das war meine Show. Das wollte ich machen.
Ja, das hast du mit mir nicht abgesprochen. So. Ja, das war Pech. Yeah, Frederick, also from my side, from the keynote presentation, You get also the one shirt from the keynote.
Thank you very much. Perfect. Thanks, Peter. Thanks. Vielen Dank. Danke.
Wenn die das nicht mit mir
So,
absprechen,
if you're
dass die
lucky, you
das-
get also
dass
some
die-
cake later, no?
Ihr habt nichts abgesprochen. Ihr hättet das absprechen sollen. Nee. Ich hab nämlich
Okay,
dann
I
gedacht,
think
das
we
T-Shirt wäre
ruined
nämlich eine
now.
schöne Schicht. Ich habe mir extra noch eins
So.
mehr bestellt gehabt für ihn, damit er dann quasi...
This was UI5con 2023.
Ich hab ja wohl mitgekriegt in dem
I really hope you enjoyed it. At least I enjoyed it. And it was really great to see all of you back here in Roth. And I hope this was not the last time. But that this is not the last time. We really rely on your feedback. So please, really, you might get also an email on Monday with the link to our survey. And we would really appreciate to get your feedback, what you liked, what you maybe did not like so much, what you could think in future for UI5con. So whatever you want to tell us, just tell us. And this would be really great for us. So thanks in advance for that one. No. So, I guess, do we still have anything in addition to say?
Maybe a few words. Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for this. This was really a surprise. I didn't know that. So thanks a lot for singing. I'm not sure I wanted that beforehand, but thanks anyways. Yeah, no, I think all of us, we had a really intense day. Great sessions. There's just something that came to my mind throughout the day today. What I personally appreciated very much today was that this was really a tech conference. One, by developers, for developers, really in-depth talks, lots of technical discussions, something that I think all of us enjoyed very much. And so I'm really glad we could have this day. I want to say thanks also to Margot. I mean, we didn't mention her especially. Peter, do you have another song?
Last but
Peter?
not least, I just come up once more because I think Margot invested so much time. She deserves as well a UI5 keynote-like shirt.
Absolutely. Yes, obviously this day is not yet over. There's still an evening event coming. I think a lot of you will stay around for this. Please join us. There's going to be food, drinks, beer, obviously, for those waiting desperately until it's past 6 p.m. You're almost there. So with this, thank you very much. Thanks for coming. Enjoy the evening event. To all the organization team, the crew, the staff in-house here, thank you very much for making this possible. Big applause for them as well, yes. So we will do one more thing. All the speakers which are still here, we want to take a picture with you on stage right in front of the letters right here. So all the speakers who were there today, please get up, come to the front. We'll take a quick picture. To all the others, thank you very much and see you later at the after party. Oh yeah, and have fun at Recap tomorrow for those of you who have 2-day tickets. Yes.